Greetings, travelers. I can hunt your rares any day. We'll get some Gnomer rares going, at least. At the very least. We'll start on that one. Let me get the camera on here. Boom. How we doing? Oh, it's been a minute. What has it been? 4 days? Went for a little Easter vacation with the family, but we're back. We're back in action. I may or may not have eaten too many mini eggs. What can you do? I mean, it's just how it goes, guys. So we're back at it. Hope you all had a good weekend and also enjoyed some chocolate. Got some bags going though. We're only human. We are only human. Plus, I gotta maintain the strength levels. Mini eggs. If you eat, what is it? I saw this one Instagram where if you eat a certain amount of mini eggs, it's like 30 grams of protein. So definitely got my my fair share of protein this weekend from mini eggs. While we're getting started here, though, I do want to do just a couple frayed knot sessions because I think we actually sold out of frayed knots. So I want to get a couple more of those before we get going on Gnomer. And we will get going on Gnomer. I'm hunting those rares today. We'll see. You did your first Molten Core run last weekend. Oh, how'd it go? Did you get any bindings, any good transmog? Hopefully so.
That's pretty good.
Oh, they still have the all the things audio when you get a new discovery to play the. That's pretty good. I don't mind that at all. But how much sugar to get all that protein? Oh, it's bad, yeah. It's like it's more of a joke than anything. The protein per mini egg. But it was good. Kind of like my whole family got together. Hung out. I did a little bit of skiing. Well, snowboarding actually. That was fun. Did a little bit of hot tubbing and just hanging out with the fam. With Path Mom, Path Dad, Path Brother, Path Sister, Path Niece and Nephew. It was really good. You got the chest piece? You got the Night Slayer chest? No way. First time around? Oh my goodness. Well, congratulations. Hopefully we can get that soon. Although I'm not holding out hope for this week because this week will be... I mean, we didn't get it this past week, so we'll see what happens. An angry Mexican guy. That's a good question. Are you first if you're the first person to say first? I guess so. I mean, you can't argue that you're the first person to say first in this stream, so. That's true. Also, good news. We are officially on the powerlifting prep 10 weeks out. 10 weeks out. So I had my first like actual, I mean, I've been working out, but like I've been kind of training and now the training sessions are actually building towards the powerlifting competition. So I'm doing it in 10 weeks. So yesterday was week 1, day 1. Today will be week 2, day 2. I got squats today. Yesterday was bench and accessories. It went really well. Bench is ahead of where it should be. Must be something to do with the extra body weight. But I won't complain about that. We'll see. It's been warmer in the home gym, so I'm hoping maybe in a week or 2, give or take, to have my like gym stream set up there. Because I think it'd be fun to just hang out. Because I usually work out either in the mornings or the evenings, so we shall see. All right, let me just get some of these in here before I head off to get some frayed knots. How many grime encrusted objects do we have? Probably quite a few. Warband bank. Put the cloth in the regular bank for now. Yeah, we got a lot of good items. I guess most of these I can just sell right now anyways. Cool. Plum, you've been waiting for me to be online. Yeah, I had a bit of a little Easter vacation there, but I'm glad to be back. So, welcome back in. Can you ask from EU, do I have a Goldbound guild there? So I don't play on EU. When I started the NA Goldbound guild, which I went through a bunch of the applications this morning from the weekend, so hopefully there's no more pending. One pending. But EU, there is a guild, but I don't run it. So I don't know if it's currently active for invites is the only problem, because I think the person who is active on it, I don't know if they're playing anymore. Like there was like a viewer who was operating the EU side of things, just because I don't have EU characters. So I don't know. I may have to make an EU account just for to make a guild, but I won't be on much on EU. Although what might be fun would be like if I did EU for like one character to level or something, maybe. I don't know. Up to the airfield, I know that. There we go. We're back at it. Makes sense. Was just wondering what Hope had an amazing Easter break. Thanks. Yeah, I had a really good Easter break. But yeah, I think there is a guild, but I don't know if it's active. Is TLDR on that one for EU. NA we're on quite often. NA is pretty solid for that. I think we're up to what, 450 members on NA? That's pretty good. Making sure my settings are right on the end here. Let me see. Yeah, I think we're all good. Sweet. Why not do the challenge characters on EU? Yeah, I mean, it would make sense if I was to play some EU characters to do it there for like a one-off challenge characters, but I don't like have an active EU account or subscription. I temporarily had an EU account, but I don't have an EU subscription at the moment. So I would have to, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. I could just buy an active subscription for EU. But then again, I wonder where I'm from. I wonder what the ping would be like for EU servers. Because I was thinking maybe I could play a hardcore character next on an EU server. But if I'm on a hardcore, I probably want the lowest ping possible, right? Plum kind of hard to play on NA from Denmark. The ping is way too high to enjoy it. Yeah, what is the ping if you're in Denmark playing on NA servers? Out of curiosity, because I'm not sure what the server cross ping would be. So far, no afraid nots, eh? Interesting. You're 180, but in Lisbon? Yeah, because I'm sitting at 62, which isn't great. But it's pretty darn playable. Well, it's very playable. It's not bad. 62. But I know some people in the States, like if you're really close to the servers, you can get down to like 20 or 30, I think. But I'm relatively far up north. You were testing the cross region a couple years ago as 180 to 200. Yeah, you start to notice really above like 150. I find below 150, like unless you're doing some PvP or things where the milliseconds matter, 150 is pretty playable. But over that, you start to really feel it with like the GCDs, most definitely. Already has his pockets picked. I did, however, I have, as far as I'm aware, I like to go for like a couple like skiing trips. I don't have like a ski pass, but I'll just like kind of pay a day pass whenever we go. I usually buy them at Costco because then you get like the cheaper deals. But I have one more planned with Path Wife and then also, I guess, Path Sister-in-Law. And it's going to be spring skiing. So I ordered a new snowboard, one that I've been looking at for like a couple years. More so like a super... It's basically like a directional, if you're familiar with snowboards, like fishtail, super short, super like playful. And it's called the Slush Slasher, and I think I'm gonna shred that thing. It's gonna be fun. Gotta make sure not to get injured though. That's the main concern. Have I looked for some chocolate eggs yet? Oh, I've looked for and found some. Yeah, this past weekend I got into the eggs. Whenever I visit my family for like Easter, my mom always has the eggies stocked. So I definitely got into them. I actually had a couple, like at our house here, we have a couple left over, so I got into like a couple this morning. All tracked on my macro factor, like my macro tracking app. But they add up really quick. Oh, you meant for Noble Garden, not Easter? Oh, in-game? No, I actually haven't yet. Not in-game. Just IRL. That's funny. Did they tank the... we've been here for a few minutes and I've gotten 0. Afraid not. Did they change the loot tables on these? Because we were getting a lot per 5 minutes. Uh-oh. Did we perhaps discover a stealth nerf after our video? Or are we just getting really unlucky right now? If they took the... Wait, no. If they took the frayed knots off the loot tables here, that's crazy. How long do we have to be sure that it's not there? Because we've been going for 6 minutes on these guys. Normally we get about 20 to 30 per hour. I guess we could have just gotten unlucky so far, so let me keep going and see what happens. That's crazy if so. We're probably just unlucky, but let me keep going and see what happens. I mean, we're still getting folded handkerchief, which is usually on like a similar drop rate as frayed knots. But we've gotten 7 of those and no frayed knots. Hey, Plum, thank you for the 100 bits. Wasn't there an EU guild or something? I do just like that it's necessary to buy the game again to play it on NA. Oh, there we go. We just got a frayed knot, by the way. Yes. It was, we were actually just talking about it. I don't know if it's currently active still, but there was one for sure. Yeah, I guess we just got really unlucky on these drops for the first, like, 6 minutes there. It is possible they reduced the drop rate. Because we were getting pretty frequently before. If it's 1 every 6 minutes, it's not worth it here anymore. Because that's like less than 600 gold per hour. If it's 1 every 6 minutes, that's pretty bad. If I'm not planning to do the Noble Garden on Goldie, if I have a mage ult, I might want to farm some on that. I can get the rabbit polymorph spell. Oh, okay, so that's where you get the rabbit one. I do have a mage. I do have a mage. Maybe I'll have to do some Noble Garden. I'm not opposed to it. I'll probably, at some point this week, check it out. When's it end? Ends on... Okay, it ends on next Monday. So yeah, I'll probably check it out on Goldie eventually here. Just for ease of like filming and stuff, I'll probably just do the quests and stuff offline. Cause yeah, I think you can get some decent rewards, so. I'll see what we can do within our lane. It's reset day? It is. From memory, you believe the Noble Garden mounts are worth quite a bit? Right, because they have... Yeah, there's a couple mounts. I don't know if I'd be able to farm them on Goldie. It might take several years, but I'll have a look at it and see what the drop rates of things... Well, not drop rates, but how many eggs we can farm. I heard, or I think maybe Darkwolf was saying that there's one of the rewards from Noble Garden is a toy, a Hearthstone toy, which would be nice, because if we had a toy for a Hearthstone unlocked, I wouldn't have to use my bag slot to keep it. And so if we got it on Goldie, then that'd be unlocked for Goldie. And that would be quite nice. Yeah, I don't know, guys. It does seem like the knots per hour have been reduced here. Because we were ripping
over
before.
from YouTube with a Prime sub.
Yo, Llama Zero, thanks for popping over from YouTube for that Prime. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a great day. Hope the frayed knots are dropping for you. Because yeah, I'll have to compare my rates before, but this is much lower. I was able to stock up really quickly before. We're currently pretty much on pace for 1 every 6 minutes, which, like I said, is not going to be good gold per hour, so I'll probably just leave it. I'll see how long it takes to get my next one, and then I'll probably just go do some actual farms that are going to give us gold. Right now, Gnomer runs actually are not terrible consistent gold per hour, because they also give us disenchanting fodder, right? So we can disenchant to get the greater eternal essences. Not a bad thing to do. Don't forget it's Darkmoon too. True, Darkmoon Fair is on. I was thinking of going over there and checking it out. Maybe doing a little bit on the old Darkmoon Firewater. We shall see. Alright, I'm going to leave these guys be. This drop rate just does not seem like it's it anymore, so... Maybe they changed it, maybe they didn't, but either way, the rates today were really, really bad. I will pop into Gnomer for a couple runs here, though. I do want to get a couple more transmog pieces from there, but also just give my more and more chances at the ultra rares. Darkmoon Firewater be selling like hotcakes. It's good. Like, I bought a lot on on Traveler, my one to whatever, my leveling character without killing mobs. And it was expensive. I bought some for like 280 gold. Even right now with the fair open, it's selling for 250 gold each. How much are the Dagger Moss selling for? $14 gold each for Dagger Maw right now. That's good. Let me go ahead and pop in. Because even if we don't go to the Darkmoon Fair, we have the cap, the Darkmoon Firewater cap. So I can every hour on the hour use a fishing pool. So let me just go grab that from the bank. Oops. It should be in my actual bank here, not in the Warbands, Dark Moon. Wait, how much Dark Iron ore is that? Jeez, let's just sell that. Oh, actually, no, I want to save that in case I have to craft more sconces. Okay. So yeah, we'll wear this while it's the Darkmoon Firewater event. Because this will give us like 250 to up to 600 gold per hour just by wearing this hat. Because you can cast it once or twice. If you cast it twice and you get 2 Firewaters, That's 500 gold plus however much dagger maw you get. So I mean, especially in Dunmoreau, it materially increases gold per hour. We just got to make sure we go to the frozen lakes where we can actually cast it. That's the only catch. Citizen Noob, greetings traveler, how you doing? Yeah, so we go down here. I guess we could get a tag on timber, right? Got the pioneers, not worth much. Go over here. I should have a keybind for the hat. I do. Cast it out. And we're getting Darkmoon Firewater in Dunmoreau. Major comeback to the gym today. Feel great, will you regret it tomorrow? Well, that's a hype thing to come back to. But yeah, the delayed onset muscle soreness, the DOMS, DOMS, classic. Basically, I mean, if you've been to the gym, you can relate. Sometimes, especially if you haven't worked out in a while, you don't get sore right away, but 1 to 3 days after, you'll just like have like a considerable amount more of muscle soreness. If you're just getting into the gym, I mean, Citizen Noob, you probably know this from being in the gym before, but the more frequently you go, the less you really feel the delayed onset muscle soreness. And really what it comes down to is there's kind of 3 mechanisms that can cause muscle hypertrophy or muscle growth. One of the 3 is muscle damage. You only need 1 for a muscle to grow. Muscle damage is when you feel the DOMS. Then there's also mechanical tension. And the 3rd one is evading my thoughts right now. But that's why you can still grow muscles even if you're not getting sore. And like the more you get used to the exercises, they cause less muscle damage, but you can still grow from them. But yeah, there's 3 mechanisms that hypertrophy happens. What's the 3rd one? I forget. It's too bad. Maybe it'll come to me. I mean, I could just sell these as I go. Guess we'll clear all this space out. Uphill walking. That's a really good cardio session though. Incline treadmill or incline walking, even just getting more steps in. That's kind of how I do a lot of my cardio. Like sometimes I'll go on the treadmill to do my steps, but otherwise I'll just go outside. And I try to hit like 8 to 12,000 steps per day is like a good kind of ballpark. If I'm trying to like lose weight fast, I'll probably bump it up a little bit. And then in that sense, you kind of end up having to do cardio sessions just to get more steps. But yeah, you know what's that uphill treadmill is a really good way to do it. Nerve reinforcement? That could be it. Yeah, like something with the, yeah. Profitable. Good afternoon. You managed to get the zone locked add-on working. You just need to get all the map IDs and routes defined. Oh, okay. Is it the same one on the Cursed Forge? I'll take a look at that once it's ready. All right. /LTP, right? Add-ons, Leatrix Plus, please. Why is it disabled? There we go. Let me go /LTP on this bad boy. Just so we can change the music soundtrack. I might just for a little bit here chill in Grizzly Hills for like a bit with the soundtrack. Let me go to Northrind, Grizzly Hills. I will also admit I was away for like visiting some family for kind of for the Easter long weekend there, and I didn't actually get the channel point redemption set up. I do have it on my to-do list, but it was probably the longest time in a long time I haven't logged into anything. I kind of just completely unplugged, didn't play any WoW or anything. Yeah. So I'm happy to be back in the game because, you know, as fun as it is to go IRLing, it's also fun to go in gaming. 15% incline, 30 minutes, 3.5 kilometers. That's some actually serious incline. And a good speed for it. That's a really good pace. Back at it. I also watched a documentary about the Barclay marathons. Have you guys heard about this ultra marathon? Epic. So basically, the gist of it is it's like this kind of like backyard ultra that's been going for, I think it's like 50 years now. But no one really knows, like there's no real information about how to apply and how to get into it. But they only accept like 40 people per year. And the entry fee is $1.60. That's actually the application fee. And then to actually compete, you have to bring a license plate from your home province or country. And then every year it changes, but you kind of just bring the guy whatever clothes he needs. So like some years he needs a white t-shirt, some years he needs socks, and so you just got to bring him that. And then it's a 20-mile loop through like uncharted mountain forest. There's no path, no GPS. You literally got to do it on your map. And to prove you go to all the checkpoints, there's like 11 books hidden through the woods that you got to find. But it's actually like 5 laps of it. It's insane, guys. Would recommend watching documentaries about the Barclay marathons. Real life WoW questing, literally. It's literally like a real life NPC that's like, if you bring me, a license plate and a pair of socks, well, you can go on this quest. I think it's like only 19 people in history have completed it, and it's been going for like 50 years. It's mad. Lucas, how's it going? Barclays is insane. It is insane. Yeah, no, I got into watching that on, what was it, Sunday? Yeah, on Sunday I was watching those documentaries because my brother was telling me about it. We were talking about different ultras and stuff. Pathwife right now, the reason we were talking about it, Pathwife is training for a High Rocks competition first and foremost. She's competing in doubles with Chugwife, aka, well, Chug girlfriend. So they're competing as doubles at a High Rocks competition in like 2-3 weeks. But after that, she has an ultra marathon this summer. So we were talking a lot about ultras. It's really, really fascinating. I find it fascinating, at least. Most years the mountain wins. Most years the mountain does win. And no one completes the race. There's a 60-hour time cap for the Barclays. And if you don't complete the race in 60 hours, you lose. It's 5 loops, though. And there's time cutoffs for each loop. So a lot of people don't even make it 1 loop before the time cap. Like really elite runners and elite ultra runners won't even make it 1 loop sometimes. I can only imagine what that course looks like. There's a few long trail runs around the world with traditions like that. There's a 200-miler in Western Australia where you catch a jet ski across a bay in the middle of it. What? You have to bring the driver something from your hometown. That's cool. I've done one ultra in a team, and there was like a similar thing where you had to catch like a riverboat across a river, but to pass it you had to like gather something from earlier on in the run. That one was a couple. That was a good one too. I find ultras and like these like more so the backyard ones are just fascinating. Have I heard of Dopey Challenge? No, I haven't heard of it actually. You're doing Calso Wild Ultra in BC in July, first trip to Canada for you? Well, good luck. How long? I'm not familiar with that one. How long is that Ultra? I'm assuming with BC there's going to be a lot of elevation gain in that one. Yeah. I was just in BC over the weekend, actually. I had to drive quite a bit to get there, but it was good. 52K. Woo. Well, best of luck. Also, one sec here. Good. Okay. I got a little worried there for a second because I didn't see any YouTube chats on my feed. It is working. It's just Twitch is chatting a bit faster right now. So if I missed your last YouTube chat, let me know. But I think I'm caught up on YouTube. Just got in. Any drops yet? No drops yet. We're kind of just getting started, so buckle up. We might be in for some good drops. We'll see. Hopefully. In France, you have Marathon du Médoc. Wait, du Médoc. You run from castle to castle. Each castle you drink a glass of wine they produce there. That's hardcore. That's actually so cool. Oh guys, I just got a notification. My new snowboard is on its way. Let's go. I'm excited. The Dopey run, the Dopey challenge is Disney World 5K, 10K, half marathon, full marathon on consecutive days. You did it a few years ago and do it again next year. That's a big one. That's a lot of consecutive days of running. Snowboarding stream when? I don't know if I have the means to do like a snowboarding stream. Potentially. I haven't done any vlogs on the second channel, but like if I was ever to do a vlog, it would be second channel. And it could be a snowboarding vlog. But I haven't done that. But I'll be going, not this coming weekend, the weekend after is my next snowboarding trip. It should be kind of spring skiing conditions though, so we'll see what happens. It's been pretty rough for a lot of mountains. I was talking to some people this past weekend. I stayed with my family in BC, in Invermere, if you're familiar. But on the way, Pat, the wife, and I actually got a day of skiing in at Lake Louise, kind of out by Banff. And a lot of people there are from like California, Colorado, like Idaho, like all over the States, because it's been a really tough winter for snowfall, hey? Like I was talking to a couple people on the gondola, and they were saying that none of their hills, like they're all closed, like where they would normally get their days in, and so they came to Alberta to ski like Lake Louise, Sunshine, Marmot, Jasper, like all those places for like a week. So I'm like, geez. I mean, even here it's been a rough time for snowfall. It just keeps getting hot. You're intimidated by a large flight of stairs. Me too. Pathwave does the Treadmaster or that whatever. And I tried that one time. I think I almost died. It's no joke. Yeah, Stairmasters. It's kind of crazy. It'll tell you like you've climbed the equivalent of like 1/100th of a Everest. Yeah. But yeah, Pathwife is training for some ultras, so she's got to have the climbing. Plus, we live pretty in the mountains, so I try to do like a lot of for my cardio. I'll do it sometimes where I'll hop on the Stairmaster. Sometimes I'll just do incline walking. But I like to keep my steps high because in the summer, we go for, Pathwife and I, pretty much, like we call it our peak a week, where every Sunday we'll do a mountain peak, like a big hike, anywhere between like 3 and like 12 hours, depending on which mountain. So I like to keep relatively fit in the elevation climbing game. But I mean, I'm a 248-pound powerlifting strongman. It's tough out there, guys. It's tough. Catch me drinking my gels, having my electrolyte carb mix. I'm like, I equate it to like a high-octane sports car trying to like, that's made for like a drag race. I don't try to say that in like a weird way, just like, I've basically spec'd my body for 1-rep maxes, so doing long distance endurance is very much off spec. So I try to give it as much support as I can by having my like high carbs during the hikes. Like I have my gels. You'd think I'm like a competitive ultra runner. I got my run vest, but really I'm just trying not to cramp up. Yeah. You spec your body is an awesome phrase. Yeah, whenever I'm on hikes with my brother, he's like, you put all your points into strength. like talking about like RuneScape, your strength peer. I'm like, literally I am, yeah. The past couple years though, I've been doing a lot more running and endurance in the summer, so I'm a bit more all-rounded, but still very heavily spec'd into strength. I just find, like, I actually really like endurance training and running. It's just the craziest thing, and I'm sure, like, if any of you do, like, weights and running, because, like, I'm coming from the perspective of a powerlifter, where, like, my squatting is, like, quite top tier, not to toot my own horn, but I find it of like it's like a sliding scale of the better my squat feels, the worse my runs are, and the better my runs are, the worse my squat feels. You know what I mean? Like it's literally, it feels like I'm taking points out of the squat to put it into the running. So one day when I'm no longer trying to push my squat to like 700 pounds or so, I'll probably put a lot more hours into endurance training, but well, at least this summer is not that day. Not that day. Back when I was still working, how did I find time for shopping, cleaning, cooking, etc. on top of work and exercising? It was tough. Really tough. Yeah. It would kind of be like I would do like a lot of very simple meal preps. Like I would do, and I would eat most of my food would be like slow cooker meals where you put in like 8 frozen chicken breasts, some pasta sauce, some beans, and some rice. And you cook that all up, and then it's like 12 meals made. That's how I would do most of my cooking when I was working full time, trying to do YouTube and trying to stay fit. It was a lot. Working from home, I had also some days when I was doing my old job where I would be working from home. And so when I was doing that, it was a bit easier to like in between little work breaks to do maybe like, throw a load of laundry in and let the cycle go while you do your next bout of work. But it is tough, yeah. You weren't gonna work out today, but now you're feeling motivated, so you shall go. Let's go. Have a good workout. I am working out today after the gym. I got my whole 10-week training plan into Provs all planned out, so week 1, day 2. Billy Quizboy, how's it going? It's going really good. Getting some Gnomer laps in, that's for sure. How's it going for you? So far, no big drops, but we'll see what happens. Slowly logging more and more time on Gnomer. When you used to follow strongmen and bodybuilders, their hardcore lifestyle, some of them would even set alarms in the middle of the night just to go eat. It seemed absolutely insane. I've heard of that too. I've never done that. My dad also used to be a bodybuilder. And he told me, like, when he was first bulking up, he tried that. Maybe, I'm pretty sure it was him. Maybe I watched a video of someone else. But I think he tried it, and he said that he didn't like it because then he did it once, and he just kept having to wake up because he would just wake up with, like, hunger pains at, like, 3 a.m. I wouldn't do that personally. I'd value my sleep over the extra calories. But, like, yeah, when you're trying to push to, like, 450 pounds, you know, if you're, like, a massive strongman, I mean, you gotta eat a lot of food. Luckily for me, for my body weight, I can most definitely get all my nutrients in during the day, and then some. You know what I'm saying? For the meme, when is leg day? I'm not sure if I'm familiar with the meme you're referencing. It's today. Never skip leg day meme? Yeah, I try not to skip leg day. Well, I try not to skip any workout days. Sometimes you have to, but I feel like I skip an equal amount of leg days as arm days. Which also isn't too frequent, but especially now, like, I'm a person who I get way more into the gym and locked in when I have a goal to train for, which is why I like to do, like, register for competitions and stuff. I just feel way more dialed and motivated, and I get more. I think what it comes down to as well is I just get more satisfaction and dopamine from doing the workout when I know this is, like, the brick in the wall towards this goal. Because you always have, like, a large goal, but especially late into a lifting career, I mean, it's hard to see progress, you know? So having a competition is a set point in time to train towards. So that's one of the reasons why I like them. But leg day today is going to be what we do. We're going to do a top set of 3 probably on squats, and then back down probably 3 by 6. Then RDLs, Romanian deadlifts. What else is on the agenda today? Probably leg extension, leg curl. I thought I had something else though. We'll see. Out of all my workout days, what is my favorite muscle group to work out? You're more of a chest person yourself? Honestly, it varies. It depends on what I'm what phase of training I'm in. Probably back. I think back might be my favorite like body group on average to train. I quite like it. My favorite pairing is back and triceps. The pump on back and triceps is unrivaled. Whew. I should make a fitness channel, you reckon? I have a fitness channel. An old one. I find it funny that me, someone who plays so much of this game, also a successful strongman athlete, is the complete opposite of the South Park episode about WoW. I find, yeah, it definitely is opposite of the episode, but I find that there's like pretty good portion of WoW players who tend to be pretty good athletes or like into fitness or bodybuilding as well. Because when you think about it, this is kind of just like optimal recovery time. Like when you're gaming, it's just kind of like maybe, I don't know, reducing stress, you know, allowing you to build some more muscle. Trading legs is your favorite? Might be an alien. It might be. Come on, loot. Nerdy one, how's it going? Do I have an Instagram? No, I don't. I don't. I was thinking about getting a, well, like a Path Hilarics Instagram that I also post kind of some workout stuff to, but we'll see. Did I get the chest on this yet? The chest box? Let me see. I don't know if I looted the chest. No? Okay. So the thing is, I would really like to make fitness content as well. It's just, you know, time, you know. That's why I think I've done one gym stream, which was quite fun. So I'd probably do that more so than like a dedicated fitness channel, because it would be very, I mean, if I was to do a fitness channel, it'd be very low like effort on the editing side of things. Or like an Instagram where I'm posting some sets would be kind of nice, but we'll see. What's the super rare in Gnomer? There's a couple. The main ones are the hotshot gloves, and then the overalls as well. But there's quite a few, like it's like blue BOEs that are the items in Gnomer that we really want to get. These ones here are soulbound though from the boss. Do a quick little disenchant sesh. Oh, and maybe I shouldn't have disenchanted those. Or that. Gotta pay more attention. Do I have an only farms? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, technically some of our live streams are only farms, so maybe in a roundabout way, potentially. I guess it depends how you define it. Am I thinking about hiring an editor in the future to help with the videos? Because running an additional channel with sports would probably take up quite a bit of time. Yeah, that's why I haven't done it. It's just because I know it sounds fun and it sounds like it'll be good, and I'm sure it would be, but I don't want to overextend myself on the editing side and I want to keep that time and attention to be able to do the channels. What I would say, I don't really have any plans right now of hiring an editor. However, especially for like main channel like Goldbound, so much of the editing process there is the actual scripting and writing and narration that it wouldn't really make sense. However, potentially, depending on how things go, for a second channel, like if you're watching on YouTube, I think it could potentially one day make sense to hire an editor for the second channel, mostly for like taking like a stream VOD and condensing it into like an edited thing, you know? Because that wouldn't require as much input from me as like the Goldbound. But that would just be second channel videos, not main channel stuff. But it's very true. Like with the fitness channel, that's kind of the main reason I haven't started a YouTube fitness channel, or like I have started one back in the day, but why I'm not actively posting on it is just because, I mean, I'm already quite, I don't want to overextend myself for time and energy. You know what I mean? Encrusted item tally? What are we at? Let me see. We're at 471 encrusted items. Zachary Zoom. Greetings, traveler. It's always about time. Yeah. I would like to do like a prep, you know, archive, like for like the powerlifting competition and strongman, almost like a prep series. Problem is, it doesn't really fit on any of my channels, so it would be a new channel, and I'm trying to avoid, you know, making too many YouTube channels. I mean, I could just post it on Path's Archive. Like, I'm not too concerned about the algorithm on the second channel, but. Bright, how's it going? So far, no blue BOEs from Gnomer today. But we're just getting started. We're just getting started, so we could definitely get some drops. Got the Grizzly Hills music going, which is quite nice. Boom. No unspent talents. I don't know why that opened up there. I do wish my kill track was working in the dungeon, because I don't actually know what my total kill count on all these mobs are. It's probably pretty crazy, like decently high. Oh, Thunderwood. Well, we got a blue BOE. It's not one of the ones we really necessarily wanted to get, but it's a wand. Region market value average about 2.6k. Still always nice to see it drop though, like a blue BOE like that. All the farm animals say hello. Well, hello. Yeah, I guess wands, they're still transmog, right? People still need a good looking wand, so there's that. Have I already finished the Traveler Adventures? The Druid? Not yet. I still have to do the 80 to 90. I didn't play any this past weekend. I was away, right? So we'll see when that happens. I'll probably do it kind of on 2 back-to-back days. But I do want it. We will finish it. We will finish it. Too many are overstyled, none of them are as sleek. That's fair. I do remember using some wands, kind of like dark, like you're saying, that emitted light. I think those can look pretty cool. Just World of Warcraft gear in general that emits light, I think can have quite the cool appearance. But you know, everyone has a different angle for transmog, which is all good. What's my gear on main? Have I played any Raid or Mythic Plus? I'm pretty under-geared on my main. I've been doing a little bit of Mythic Plus, not a ton at all. I logged in this morning to get my chest, like my vault. I got some legs, but all in all, my item level is quite poor on Path of Lyrics. I gotta do some more Mythic Plus. I do like it though. But yeah, I do have to work on that a little bit. It'll just take a couple good days of like pushing keys and stuff to gear up, I think. Current eye level? I think it's like 230. I geared up a decent amount like in pre-patch, and then I really haven't done too much after pre-patch, so I've gotten like... I think I pushed 1 key. I think I've done like 3 or 4 Mythic Plus, and got my chest, my vault. So I got some gameplay to do for sure on the main to catch up. Do I play with a pug or with friends? Mostly with friends, and then I'll pug like usually there's like 3 or 4 of us that queue, and then we'll pug 1 or 2. Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe I'll play some tonight, potentially. Didn't I go to that strongman competition recently, or the big convention? The last competition I had, I think, was like a few months ago. But I am prepping for my next powerlifting competition now, officially. So we're 10 weeks out from that. So today will be a nice training session for that. Got a good session in yesterday, and I'm actually super excited because the weather is getting better and better, so I can actually use my home, like my garage gym a little more, because it stays around 8 to 10 degrees Celsius now in the gym, which is warm enough to train. And so I've been really enjoying just being there by myself with my music on, just lifting. It's really, really nice. I'll probably even do a little bit of hot-cold exposure therapy tonight. I do want to get a sauna, but right now I have 2 bathtubs, and 1 I can fill with hot water, and then I have a cold plunge in my garage, so I'll probably do that tonight. A little bit of a recovery. Honestly, it just feels good, too. Just feels nice. To be fair, though, I may have to clean out the ice bath, get some new water in there. Might be a little bit old, or at least throw a little more chlorine in there. I try not to put too much chlorine in there, just like because it's a pretty small space, but you don't want any bacteria growing in those things. This is a good one of my favorite Grizzly Hills songs. Story-wise, you like the new expansion? Yeah, I don't mind that. I think it's good. Get the chest. There we go. Can you make enough gold to be self-sufficient with sub time? Yeah, you definitely can. So right now, the current WoW token price is 230,000 gold. In current content farms, you can make 20 to 50,000 gold per hour. So You can definitely make enough gold right now to like self-sufficiently pay your WoW sub over a period of time for sure. Question is, do you enjoy farming gold or would you rather just pay for it? But right now, gold per hour is a little bit higher because we're at the beginning of an expansion, so a lot of trade goods are more valuable than they may be later, so that may go down as the expansion goes on, and the WoW token price may come back up, so bit of give and take, but right now, for sure, it's definitely possible to pay for your own WoW sub just by making gold. Columbus Brothers, it'd be nice if you upload a short video of getting high value transmog to see the reaction. I think that's a good idea. I think that would be a good short. Something like the Stealth Blade. Not that we got it, but theoretically if we did, that would be a good one to post. I mean, right now we could get something like the Hotshot gloves. Just putting it out there, I would... Oh, we're getting pretty full on inventory. One sec, let me disenchant a little bit. The pilot gloves, yes. From the Dark Iron guys. The pilot gloves would be goated. Or the overalls here would also be really, really good. This is a weird song from Grizzly Hills. I think after this run, we'll have to swap out and do some vendoring. Got a couple stream streaks checking into Bright with a 15 stream streak. And Searbelt with a 50 stream streak. Some respectable stream streaks. Love to see it. That music box was ATT. You're right. That was ATT, not Grizzly Hills music. Good correction. Good correction. Yeah, I didn't think it sounded like Grizzly Hills. That was weird. But yeah, right now I think with like April Fools or whatever, all the things is having different sounds play when you get an item. A Gooch Tooth with the resub on Prime. How you doing? Let's get some drops going. Which, by the way, drops are enabled, so on Twitch, that is. Can work towards those drops. But yeah, my current plan, of course, I mean, today's a bit of a unique one because I didn't stream yesterday. But generally speaking, Monday, Wednesday, Friday is kind of like the days we stream Goldbound on Goldie. And then Tuesday, Thursday are more so kind of flex streams or like challenge streams. And so for the time being, I want to finish off Traveler, right? The Pacifist Druid. And then I'm probably going to start doing a little bit more like leveling and classic on the Tuesday, Thursday streams. That'll be really fun. I got to decide if I want to do like a new classic character or just pick up Inquisitor Valerix as a softcore character, which I very well might do. Yeah, we're doing like 5 mil damage so long this dungeon. We are pumping out the damage. We also probably should try to hit level 81 while we're in Dunmoreau. To do that, we got to get more herbs, though. Herbs aren't bad gold per hour, though, so I definitely wouldn't be opposed to gathering some herbs. Snores, hello. Greetings, traveler. You started a hardcore character today? Good luck out there on the hardcore. Any specific restrictions or anything on the character, or just kind of rip in the hardcore game mode? There's a new hardcore fad where people are playing only one race, and there's guilds for every race. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about that. So you're in a Tauren only guild. What's the guild called? Is it like called Only Taurens or something? That's interesting though, especially for raids, because there's going to be some classes you just can't get with certain races. Should be called the ranch. That'll be good. There's going to be events, race versus race. Oh, wow. Gnome has no healers in Classic. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, let's think. Because what can a gnome actually be? You could be a gnome rogue, warlock, mage, warrior. Right? Gnome warrior? Yeah, no healers for gnomes is tough. Mage, warrior, warlock, and rogue. That's it. Jeez. Yeah, Classic was so much more restrictive, wasn't it? On what classes could be what. Did we? I think we went through the whole Grizzly Hills soundtrack, by the way. Oh, no, we didn't. Endless Metallic. Hey, dude, love the content. Yeah, thanks for tuning in and saying that. Appreciate that. I'm thinking now for the races. Human, it will be pretty good, right? Like, humans are going to have warriors, paladins, priests, rogues, warlocks. Mage? Can you be human mage in Classic? I feel like human has a massive advantage. Human and orc. Because orcs can be shamans and warriors. I mean, you could clear the raids alone on shaman only. Well, warrior shaman only and like warrior paladin only. Like you could clear the raids. Yeah, I think gnome in that format would be hard. Troll would also be really hard for like the race versus race. Undead? Undead, I mean, I guess the big bottleneck is as long as you have a healer, you're kind of okay, because every race can be warriors in Classic. Right? Every race could be warriors in Classic. So as long as the race has a healer, worst case scenario, you just have tanks and DPS as warriors, and it's not that bad, right? I mean, sure, if you're going for speed, you want to optimize with like certain buffs and stuff. But that's got to be the biggest bottleneck, is making sure you... Oh, I forgot. I had to go out and reset. I'll hearth real quick to just a vendor and all that stuff. Didn't 40 mages do Onyxia? I think so. I think so. So it's not that it's not doable, but it'd be hard for Gnome. Okay, I can't just sell junk because I have a frayed knot. Let me go put my frayed knots in the auction house, I guess. One sec here. Are we doing raids clears today? No raid clears today. I will probably do a Zul'Gurub clear, though, for the mounts. I'll probably do that. But my plan is to do raid clears on Monday. We missed this week's. Missed this week's for... well, did we actually? No, I think I did it last week. Like later in the week, because I knew I was going to miss the Monday stream, so... I think we might actually be okay for staying up to date on it. Snores, you got a binding today? Well, grats. Which binding? Dare I ask? I don't want either of these in my bag. They're just taking up space right now. Check out Noble Garden. I will check it out, but I'll probably do it tonight. Just for those point-to-point quests, I'll do it off stream just because of the gameplay. I want to get certain angles, which are harder to get when I have OBS running, versus if I'm just recording. So I'll do it, but I'll probably do it off stream. So many wild vine potion recipes, lock boxes as well. Okay. The Baron Geddon one, the left binding. Alright, disenchant, and then I'll bank. And then we're going back to Gnomer. Ooh, we also can probably do our Darkmoon fishing cap soon, so it's actually kind of good to pop out a Gnomer every now and then. Okay, that's bank, 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 sell, 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 so. Is it even worth doing the event since there's not really anything to sell there? Well, I'll have to for sure look at the rewards. I'm hearing that there is a toy that is like a Hearthstone toy, so I could get rid of my one inventory spot as a Hearthstone. So that itself would probably be worth it if I could save up for it, just to like not have a Hearthstone in my bag all the time. Other than that, it might not be like a gold farm angle. You know what I mean? But it could be good for like account upgrades potentially. Sellable mount from the egg. Okay, so how does the egg work? Is it like a random chance you open up the egg and there's a mount potentially in it? Because that could be fun. Also, by the way, I'm just going to open these lock boxes now, so let's see what we get. Heavy bronze, lockbox. Oh. So I have one of these in the auction house. It's a pattern for the spider silk slippers. So it might be worth saving for a future tailor then. Not bad. Excuse me. Dwarven Mage Staff of the Aura. I can disenchant that. Ivory Wand of the Fire Flash. I can disenchant that too. Last one, Battle Forged Shield. I have one in the auction house, two in the bank. I'm just going to disenchant it. I don't need to have a fourth one of that. And we got the appearance, so that's pretty good. Put that pattern in the Warband bank. Same with these patterns, and put these materials into the bank for future use. And then we're going back to Gnomer. I'm gonna keep the greater essences just because I'm gonna get so many more of those while we're in Gnomer again. Because we're just disenchanting, right? Thank you for the bless you. So the mount can drop from the egg randomly, but you can also buy it for 500 chocolate. Okay. So yeah, eggs or chocolate can be the mount. Okay. So there's some angles there for sure. I'll look into it. For Noble Garden. See how many eggs we can realistically get as well on one character. Something like that, but some items drop from the eggs, so the actual total will vary. Okay, interesting. Well, we have almost a full week of it left, so might have to spend some time on that each day to maximize our eggs. So I have 7 minutes or 6 minutes left on my Darkmoon fishing cap. Is there any fishable water in Gnomer again or close to Gnomer again? Or will I have to pop out here after one run? I've never looked around Gnomer again for fishable water. Let's see what we can find. You can get 10k eggs if you care to run around yourself. Oh, I didn't realize that there was no cap on eggs. So I could just go farm a crazy amount of eggs? Interesting. Is there Noble Garden stuff in Dunmoreau? So yeah, outside, I think we could fish the green pools, but I wonder if under the elevator if there's anything here. So far, it doesn't look like there's a water source here. There is. It'll be around Karanos. Okay. Because, yeah, if there's, like, going to be something to farm, I'd rather do it in Dunmoreau than Elwyn right now, because Dunmoreau's our most recent unlock. Which, it doesn't look like there's any water inside yet. But is there any water in here? I don't think there's water in here. Oh, I didn't reset that. One sec. I gotta go reset Gnomer again. I mean, as far as Noble Garden zones, I only have Dunmoreau and Elwyn that I can farm in. Like, those are my only two unlocked zones that I think might have some Noble Garden stuff. I'll keep my eye out for any water, just because with our Darkmoon fishing cap, I want to make sure I'm using it every hour on the hour. Because it just gives us gold, like straight up. I'll check back here real quick. I don't think there's water back here, but it's worth a shot. Water here is pre-Kata. Minsk is saying. Yeah, like there's nothing here for sure for water. I was going through my brain and like looking through my runs in Gnomer again. I think we will have to take the elevator out, go up to the frozen lakes and fish in the frozen lakes for a couple Darkmoon Firewater. Unless there's like there could be like a small pool down there. No, I think you're right. I think you're right. About the elemental area. Doesn't look like water. Guardian armor pattern. Leatherworking. Kind of a cool pattern. To craft it, I need shadow oil. I don't know if I have access to shadow oil. Let me look that up. Shadow oil. Oh, it's made from alchemy. So I probably could technically make it, but it'd be a workaround. I'd have to level up alchemy to do it. But the ingredients was like fade leaf and stuff like that, so I probably could make the shadow oil. The question is, do I learn it on my leatherworker, or do I just say try to sell it? Is that loot appraiser popping up those texts when I loot? It is, yes. So I have loot appraiser running. And I have certain thresholds where if the loot is worth more than a certain amount of gold, it'll pop up with like a heads up display based on the market value. Makes farming fun. I also have the Loot Appraiser running here in the background. Noxie, there are eggs in Keranos, confirmed. Alright, so if we end up farming some Noble Garden stuff, I will do it in Dun Moreau. Just to maximize my time in Dun Moreau before our next unlock. I don't think there's any water down here, but I guess there could be. Let's see. I have had zone timer for all of Gnomer again and all of Dun Moreau. So the zone timer is accurate. We have gotten 1,500 gold total looted so far, like raw gold from just looting the mobs from Gnomergan. Not bad. And we have spent just under 8 hours in Gnomergan. Actually, maybe lower than I thought it would be. That's probably about 80 run. Well, maybe like about 70, 75 runs, assuming maybe my first couple of runs were full clears and a bit longer. So, I don't think we're in the range where we're even close to getting a super as far as drop rate goes, but you can always get lucky. How's the farm doing so far? Any meaningful drops? No meaningful drops, but it's been good. It's been good. Timmy Tech. Oh no, you didn't get the Discord notification? You clocked in time though. You're here. Schedule's been a bit weird over the weekend, away for, you know, Easter, but we're back. Back today. Good to see ya. I have probably consumed several hundred mini eggs between last stream and now, but I won't talk about that too much. Can you farm grave moss in Duskwood? Yes. Yeah, it grows in Duskwood. Let me show you. It does spawn here, like in the Ravenhill graveyard. There is grave moss that can spawn. I think there can be some around here too. But yeah, we can get grave moss on the character. Running Alda, still on the Fez hunt. Good luck. May the loot be in your favor. We're looking for those ultra or those super drops as well over here in Gnomer, so maybe one of us will get lucky today. But yeah, I think it's really cool how different zones we have, like even if we don't go back too often, the zone just unlocks certain things. So yeah, Duskwood unlocks grave moss for us, which may come in super, super handy for like some kind of an alchemy craft. That being said, we will need to get an alchemist before long to do transmutes and stuff. Or just level up alchemy on Goldie and take the loss for the downtime on other professions and the sunk cost of the leveling materials a couple times, but yeah. Plenty to discover that way. Might disenchant these as we go here. Eggs have tons of protein, don't worry about it. My protein yesterday was actually through the roof. Let me look. I was like on point. My protein consumed yesterday. Yeah, it's 270 grams. And I only had 2,700 calories. So that's a lot of protein per calorie. I was driving. I did like a 8-hour drive yesterday. And so I left. My mom packed me lunch because we had a family like Easter get together. And so she packed me lunch, which was just like turkey sandwiches of like so much turkey, barely any bread, so much protein. And then I stopped at a gas station. I picked up two like to go protein shakes and a gas station coffee. It was actually a beautiful drive. Beautiful day for a drive yesterday. Roads were clear. Views were good. Avalanches were cleared out. What more can you ask for? Alchemy is secretly OP. we might have to get it. Go for alchemy. You read an article somewhere in Discord. People went a straight month of farming ultra rares like Papal Fez and gloves in thousands of runs. Made them a lot of gold, but no ultras rares. Jeez. I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense. That's why they're so rare. Well, that's not why they're so rare, but they just are that rare. I'm going to jump out of Gnomer again real quick just to go upstairs to the frozen lake to use my Dark Moon fishing cap to gather up some Dark Moon firewater. We gotta maximize the gold, right? When it's Dark Moon fair and use our cap every hour on the hour. You already know how it goes. Should I log into Pathalerix as well and use his Dark Moon hat just for my own account gold? I mean, maybe I should. I won't risk it though. Last stream, I still don't know what that was, but last stream, every time we logged, not every time, but sometimes when we logged out or had a loading screen, it would just DC us straight up from Twitch and YouTube. Not ideal. Oh. Well, my brain kind of broke and I just went back into Gnomer again, so I guess I'll do one more run. And, see what happens. I just ran from the front entrance to the back entrance by accident. I meant to run out of the instance, but I'll do that in a second here. Unfortunately, it seems our bags are big enough for like 8 runs of Gnomer, and then we have to bank and vendor. But 10 runs is when we can actually use our Darkmoon Firewater cap. Darkmoon Fishing cap. It's okay. Maybe it's good luck and this will be the run that we get like a rare. It could be. Stranger things have happened. Glimmering Male leg guards. We do have one in the auction house, but it's always good to get more. Timmy, you're over 1,000 runs of Alda no Fez. What's the actual drop rate? Like, does anyone even know what the drop rate on it is? I know for the hotshot gloves, it's just like straight up doesn't have a drop rate, which I think means that no one's ever gotten it while running the Wowhead Looter, which is crazy. Because I feel like a lot of people who farm gold do run the Wowhead Looter. It doesn't mean it's never dropped, it just means that like it's never dropped that was tracked, which is crazy. Glimmering Male Coif. We don't have that one yet. Not a bad drop there. I will say, since we got to Dunmoreau, our transmog shelves have been getting filled out for sure. So I'm hopeful for our transmog haul. This could be the week, guys. Matter of fact, it better be the week, right? With the current price of the WoW token. It's 1 in 100,000 off the Earthen Rock Smasher. Oh my gosh. Whew. That drop rate is wild. You're part of a gold making community, and we have calculated from 1,000 to the power of 2 runs. Super items for ultimate average around 1 every 1,200 turns. So Timmy, you're in the last 200 then. The ultimate does have quite a few super rares. Right? I'm gonna go this way. Oh my goodness, it's a snowstorm out there. What the? I just looked outside and it literally looks like it's snowing sideways. Watch, I don't know if this will show up on stream. One sec. Oh, this might not work. Yeah, I don't think you can see the snow. Never mind. Yeah, it's like literally snowing sideways out there. This morning it was so clear. I went for a walk with Stella and it was like sunny. I even brought my coffee mug outside.
Back for more Pathagrind. How's Dunmaro treating you so far?
Yo, Herman Mbake. Appreciate the tier 1. Dunmaro's treating pretty well. Well, it's not easy, but like it's been a fun zone. I suppose we could use some rare drops here, but it's not been bad. There's been some decent farms, give or take. But it's been fun. RTX is off. No, yeah, we got a snowstorm on our hands out there, so is what it is. It'll probably melt this afternoon, but it is definitely coming down. 71 with some clouds out. Oof. Yeah, like I went for a walk, came in, did some work, like some editing and whatnot, and then streamed. And I just look out and it is completely blizzarding. Didn't see that on the forecast. To be fair, I didn't look at the forecast. Am I from Canada? I am, yes. I am from Canada. Have I gotten anything good today? We have gotten like a lot of good kind of mid to low end transmog. No major one item though. Nothing that's gonna like really move the needle particularly, but like some good middle of the road to like kind of low end transmog. Yeah, Thunderwood was probably the best drop we got. The blue BOE wand from here. It's worth like 3,000 gold. We've gotten some drops that are technically worth more, but I do like seeing the blue BOEs drop. I think it's quite nice. Gets the adrenaline going a little bit. Does the last boss drop anything of value? I think technically yes, but for my runs, it's just so out of the way that it increases the run time too much. Where I'd rather have my run closer to 6 minutes and skip a couple of the bosses that might drop schematics or something. But just capitalize on higher mob density. Because for me to go to the last boss and run back, it just feels like a lot of wasted downtime running. So if you're a druid, it might be a lot better where if you can teleport in and out with Moonglade teleport. But I've just decided to accept that I won't get those ones. So I think that's the elevator, right? Because we have a Dark Moon fishing cap to use. Can't everyone now with housing teleport? It's on a 15-minute cooldown, right? So it's you can't really do it every run. And then I'm trying not to use housing to benefit the challenge. So I'm not really using it as like a reset. Because yeah, there are times where I could reset certain things with it, but even for like, you couldn't do it 10 times in an hour. You know what I mean? So like if you wanted to do it for every single transmog run, you could do it maybe for every other one potentially, but yeah. Let me cast this out here. What happened to the Inquisitor challenge? Couldn't find the third video. So, two things happened. One, I recorded, I think I streamed 2 more times on it, and then the character did die. And the reason why there's no video is because the footage got deleted on my hard drive. It's unfortunate. So I just haven't posted a video about it because I don't have the footage. I may start leveling him again as a softcore character, but yeah, that was the big issue. Can I fish in these waters? Yep. Unfortunately convenient. Ah, I didn't make it. Yeah. I would love to keep going on him. I have to decide. The character I level is either going to be him, softcore, or just like a new character. But I do think my next character will be softcore, just to get to level 60. I simply can't risk right now. I could risk it, but I would like to hit max level and do some of the like later content for leveling. So, yeah, maybe his brother comes to avenge him. Valerix's brother. What would be a funny brother name? Chad Larix. Just a warrior. That'd be kind of funny. My videos never miss. Aw, appreciate it. Chug Larix. Get Chug Life in there. That would be kind of sick. Watching one of the videos in your subscription feed is a guaranteed way to lower your cortisol. Let's go. That's the goal. I'm glad you like them. We'll keep them coming. But yeah, I have been getting the itch to do some like classic leveling, so. Insignia bracers. Oh wow, not bad at all actually. Those are pretty good. The problem with Chug Larix is he would also be a paladin, which to be fair isn't bad. The thing is, I would love for Valerix to get, or like an Inquisitor Paladin, to get to like level 60, do Hellfire Ramparts, and then get Hell Reaver, or yeah, Hell Reaver. That was like my character, like the story arc in my head of the gear I wanted to have. That was the class fantasy right there. Because I do still think it's fun to have, like, even if it's not a big challenge on a leveling character, something quirky. I think it's fun. It spices it up. I don't know. Pet only challenge. That might be hard, but also might be kind of boring. I feel like you'd have to, like, it'd be low-key like RuneScape combat. It's just like wait for your pet to auto attack. At the same time, you know. Yeah, Zara, you tried the monk challenge on hardcore. Died like 7 times. I didn't realize he died that many times. I think my favorite one from Czar was his Jedi one, when he had the add-on. Whenever he crit, it would make the lightsaber sound. I watched that one. That was funny. I liked that. But I would really like to get max level on my next leveling character. So maybe softcore to get, you know, a little more well versed in the ropes. To be fair, like hardcore, if I just don't take risks, it's better. Easier said than done, though. Way easier said than done. Every time I stream hardcore, I think, all right, no risks today. 45 minutes in, I think, yeah, this could be fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. Cave, well, we're pretty strong. Every time. I'm nothing if not consistent, guys. Wait, you watched a streamer do hardcore with no UI or map and a handwritten quest log? Like he had a pen and paper on his desk that it was his quest log? Pff, that's pretty intense. I would like to do some version of, not necessarily VR WoW, but like classic WoW where my character only moves if I'm like walking on like a standing treadmill. You know what I mean? Like I control the movement by walking. I think that would be a fun thing to do once. We get a lot of steps. Especially for like a longer day of gameplay. Graze for days to the motion capture hardcore run. That was intense, yeah. All of his keybinds were like motion capture, like different things with his hands and arms. You saw the guys walking through Skyrim on the treadmill is kind of nuts. That's, yeah, I actually saw that reel this morning on Instagram, which made me think about doing it in Classic WoW. That's the exact thing I was thinking about. So 100, that's like it. You'd have to have one of those treadmills though, where it's like you are like, what is it, self-propelled treadmill? Otherwise, you would have to constantly change the speed, and which wouldn't be as seamless. I'd want to like walk faster. But like, I guess, yeah, in WoW, it's like there's only one speed of walking, so how fast would you have to set the treadmill to be walking? I mean, technically this is running, guys. This is not walking, so it wouldn't be the same speed as in-game. Or do we just say heck it and do an ultra? The 1 to 60 ultra marathon. Train for it. And it's literally a marathon stream. And you're either jogging on the treadmill or RP walking to move. In Classic WoW, that'd be hard. We'd have to get like a run gel sponsor or something. What would the if you were in Classic to run on foot from the top of the map to the bottom, take the boat across Booty Bay, and then run all the way up, how long would that take? That's got to take a long time, right? Like, what would the, like, what would the perceived, like, kilometers be on that? Because, like, to run from, like for example, in-game, to run from here in Elwyn to here, it takes, like, 5 minutes. So if we can use that as, like, a ruler, a measuring stick, it's probably, like, a kilometer. So that'd be, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's probably, like, 18 kilometers. You know? Like, if you actually were to, like, have the same pace as your character. Someone did an RP walk for a video, but don't remember the time. You think it might be more? It could be more than 18. 18 though, like I'm perceiving it like how long, if you were running at like a decent pace for the whole time your character was running in game, how long would you go? I think it'd be about 18 kilometers. Would it be like, and it'd be like 3 hours. No, like 2.5 hours. Maybe it'd be more actually. I guess it also really depends on what your pace is. According to WowPedia, WoW run speed is 14.3 miles per hour. What is 14.3 miles per hour in minutes per kilometer? That's roughly a 236 minutes per kilometer pace. What was the world record marathon pace? That's, guys, our World of Warcraft characters, if WowPD is right, are running like 20 to 30 seconds faster per kilometer than the world record marathon pace. World record marathon pace is 251 per kilometer by Kipchoge, right? Apparently we're running at 236 per kilometer in game all day. I mean, we're in a world of Dragons and Magic, true. I also don't see the marathoners wearing this gear, carrying 2 swords. But I mean, it makes sense. Like we're cruising. Like we're running fast in game. It would feel weird, like objectively, our like walking here is so much slower. But this is probably like an actual walking like speed, you know. And then running is like way faster. But that's crazy. Yeah, so I'm just trying to think of like what would be a good Azeroth marathon. Like where would it be, you know? What point to point would be perfect? Well, honestly, maybe like all the way down and up may be the equivalent of a marathon. If you use the calculation by like the in-game speed. Is there anywhere in-game that has like a measuring stick? There wouldn't be, right? I wonder, because is there anything in-game that we know the actual measurements of? For kilometers or miles? spell distance. That's true. Spell distance, we can use yards because it says in yards. So we could actually calculate yards per second in game. So I'm assuming that's what the Wowpedia calculated. Yeah. And then quest tracking uses yards as well. I suppose there's the assumption that in-game yards are the same as real-life yards, but I feel like at this point we kind of have to accept that there's going to be a couple assumptions on the way to getting to these numbers. You could use an NPC's height. Oh, yeah. Lay it on the tune. Because Arthas is 6'4" in the lore. And is he taller than the standard character model? Or is he the same as the character model? He must be bigger than the character models. Slash run print get unit speed. Suppose that gets you run speed. Let me try that. Okay, so I'm at it was 0 when I wasn't moving. Still says 0. Might have done it wrong. You farmed a Lich King for invincible enough times to tell you that his model is way taller than player character. So according to his model, maybe all players, all humanoids characters are like 5 feet. Target yourself. 1 sec here. Let me try it again. Okay, so it says 115. Get unit speed. 115 is what I got. Is that yards per minute? That's the percentage, you think? Okay. Yeah, I guess it depends what the baseline is then, right? Interesting stuff. Needless to say, in-game characters are frickin' ripping. We're running fast. Boomflex, your board gonna farm Gnomer 2. What are we going for? Hotshot gloves and the overalls, man. Best of luck. Best of luck. Oh, that's telling me that I'm going 15% over base, which makes sense because I do have this talent here. Where is it? I have a speed talent, which gives me 15%. If I'm stealth, it should be even higher. 1 sec, let me try that. Yeah, when I'm stealth, it's 134. So 100 would be just like regular move speed, I guess. That's a cool little macro, though. Can they drop off anything or specific? So the overalls, I think, are anything, and then the gloves, I think, are from the Dark Iron ones. Leather gloves, though. Forest leather gloves as well. I will have to disenchant on this run. Gotta be careful when I disenchant. I'll do it real quick just to save some space. I'm in combat though. Alright, let's see then. If I just do this... Save those.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Still getting the ATT unlocks here from some of these disenchants. I don't mind it. Glimmering Mail leg guards. Man, those audios are crazy. I'll get one for this as well. Listen.
Nice.
Nice. What's to say if you just run get unit speed and remove the /7? Let me try real quick. Oh, I got an error. I might not have done the command properly with the edit, though. Everything in Dungeons is a zone drop. It's just Wowhead data is very wrong. Is that true? I didn't know that. I thought that some mobs had different loot tables. Like, for example, in Dead Mines, some of the Defias stuff only drops off of the Overseers, and that seemed to be pretty consistent for what I was getting. Maybe the BOE, the blue BOEs though, like the world ones, or like the rare ones, maybe those are zone wide, and they're just so rare that like the stats look all wrong. Potentially, right? I'm mostly just trying to figure out, like, in kilometers per hour or like minutes per kilometer, how fast are our characters running? Wowpedia said 2 minutes and 34 seconds per kilometer. That seems so fast. Yeah, because I think anything from the WoW, like with Sam trying to do the macro there, that will probably spit out yards. Some kind of yards per something. I'm assuming it'll be yards per minute? No, I don't know. It's an interesting problem. Very interesting. Silvered bronze leggings. I think we just got that. What is called world rare and zone drops can drop anything in that area that they're based for. Okay, yeah, so I guess I don't know if... Because there's some items here that will be world zone drops for Gnomer again, and some will be mob, maybe will be mob drops, I suppose. Either way, I just want some ultra rares. That's all I'm really looking for. Trying our luck. So far, no luck, but we've gotten some value. I mean... Yeah. Oh, you're saying... Okay, Minsk, you're saying... Pre-patch note from Cataclysm is that speed is set to... Like, 100% speed is 7 yards per second. Okay, so what is... What is 7... You have it 7 yards per second in... minutes per kilometer. 2.6 minutes per kilometer. So yeah, it checks out with the Wowpedia. The two answers both led to 236. So I think it's confirmed that like base run speed is 2 minutes and 36 seconds per kilometer in WoW. And that's not including our speed boost of 15%. So basically Goldie is a world record marathon runner. If we just run straight for like, you know, what would that be? An hour and 45 minutes? You're happy if you can run faster than 6 minutes per kilometer? Yeah, that's a good pace. I mean, 236 is insane. The world record marathon pace was like 250 per kilometer. So, yeah, no joke around here. The speed boost was in Kata. In vanilla, we ran 25% slower. So 25% slower would actually be a bit more realistic, wouldn't it be? Because then we'd be somewhere in the 3 minutes per kilometer. What raid am I looking forward to most to unlocking? What raid? I mean... I don't know. I'm not really particularly looking forward to any specific raids, I don't think. I mean, maybe ICC, just so I can start running for Invincible. That'll be nice to do that every week on Goldie. So maybe ICC? We could also Temple of like Ajgahet or whatever, right? Or, oh, not there. On Courage, sorry, yeah. That has some really good transmog farms in it, so that might be good too. But yeah, maybe like, I feel like raids, I'm more so look towards the drops that I'll get for Goldie versus the actual gold per hour. Like, I just can't wait to just do ICC over and over for Invincible every week on Goldie. Do rings sell for transmog? I always wonder. I never really sold any. Certain rings do. So they don't, you can't like transmog them, but basically, if they have wedding band or something like that in the title, they might sell to a like RP server. That's the extent of my knowledge of like why a ring might sell. Otherwise, like there may be certain rings that are just like really good for low level characters, and you could get like a decent amount of gold for it, maybe. Even then, with how leveling goes now, I don't think you'd get too much stuff for selling to characters who are leveling anymore. I mean, back in the day, sure, you could get some like good twink rings that would be like really good stats. But realistically, right now, it's just RP weddings. So like Stendel's wedding band, which I still haven't sold. I got that in Westfall. It does sell for a lot sometimes, mostly for RP weddings. And people trade it, you know, either for a proposal or at a wedding ceremony in game. Otherwise, yeah. It's kind of like not really transmog. Do you get collection logs for them either? I don't think you do. Yeah, you don't even get collection logs for them. I gotta save Stendel's wedding band for when Path Wife creates a character. Maybe I do. That might be a while though. I'm not holding out for that. I think if there's an over or under, and if she ever creates a World of Warcraft character, like her own account, it's gotta be like percentage chance of that. A sub 1%, I would say. But not zero. Not zero. The odds are low, but not 0. Exactly, so I'm saying there's a chance. My speed there was 234. That's a cool little script. Well, isn't it? No, it's not a script, is it? It's a macro. I don't know. What happens in Goldshire stays in Goldshire. Oh no. Oh no, you guys. It's a command. Yeah, it must be. Yeah, not a script. It's a command. Hello, hello. Any big drops today? Oh, inventory is full. We haven't gotten any crazy drops yet. Some solid item value though. We got a blue BOE wand, which was good.
Easy.
We got a collection log just now for the embezzling boots. A lot of these transmogs, if I already have one or like 2 of them on the auction house, I'm kind of just disenchanting them for the quick cash of the greater eternal essences. Because if I have 2 already on the auction house and they're a low sale rate, I don't really want to stock 3 and just wait to sell them. I'd rather take the like 40 gold from disenchanting, if that. Might not be the best way to do it, but that's how I'm doing it. It looks like I need a vendor. So after this run, I'll head maybe to... oh, why can't I loot this? Oh, it's over there. That's a weird setup of how far the loot like hit marker was. But yeah, I'll go outside for a bit to vendor and well, I guess I can vendor at this entrance here. In Kata, as a female worker, you made over 2 million gold. Well done. Well done. 2 million gold in Kata is no small amount of gold. It's no small amount of gold now. You know? Oh, one sec, I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Oh, thank you guys. You do find it bizarre that you need to do a macro command in retail to get max camera distance and can't just do it in settings. Yeah, it's like the slash like max view factor, whatever. I used to do that when I was PvPing more. As you can tell, I play on Goldie, and most of the time now I play pretty zoomed in. But yeah, if I'm doing like Arena or Mythic Plus, it's just better to have it way more zoomed. I don't think I've done that command yet on this computer. Although, is that command per computer or per account? Like, if I do that command on one computer and then log into my character on a different account, do I still have the max view distance, or do I have to do the command again? These are the questions I have that I wonder sometimes. Per WTF folder. Okay, so it would be per computer then, right? That would make sense to me. Potentially. Reset, and I'm going to leave the instance real quick. Oh, leave the instance and reset. Just because I want to go to the front of the instance and then sell trash. Unless you move your WTF folder, true. I guess, yeah, if you had like a... like if you emailed or like USB'd over your WTF folder, like with your add-ons and stuff, which you very may do. Very may well do. But yeah, if that's the only thing you're trying to transfer, that would probably just be easier to retype the macro. I would imagine. We are up to 560 grime-encrusted objects. You guys looking forward to the grime-encrusted object stream? Do we just open them all? That might be a little bit crazy. Another tech bot shell. Nice. Am I saving up to 1,000? To be honest, I haven't even been saving up to a certain amount. I did 100 off the bat, and I've just been putting them in the bank. It's better gold per hour than just farming copper ore, but it is worse gold per hour than doing herbs. So it's, you know, it's a give and take. Like, I could do it, but it is technically would just be better gold per hour to just go farm herbs in Dunmorrow. How's the mailbox looking? Well, you'll have to wait until Saturday to see, I suppose. Confidential. Oh, I didn't reset. 1 sec. But yeah, because I think it's like 420 grime-encrusted things per hour that you can redeem if you're going reasonably efficiently. So even now, with what we have, it would be over an hour. It'd be like an hour and 15 minutes of just opening grime-encrusted objects. Which, to be fair... Did I not reset? No, I did. I'm not opposed to doing that. Especially if, like, silver has gone up in price or Mossa Gate has gone up in price. These old world markets are a bit crazy right now. I saw Timmy in the Discord you linked was Student's video about, like, the old world prices. You know, it definitely could be a good investment opportunity. You know, the market's very likely will go back up. But we still gotta get out of Dunmorrow while the markets are down. We're over halfway to a token, though. Over halfway. Last you played, there were some higher value items that dropped super rarely from the Grime Encrusted. You got an Arcane Crystal once. Interesting. I tested 100, and I got the rarest things was Silver Ore and Mossa Gates. And WoW had those as the rarest ones as well. I mean, if there's Arcane Crystals on the loot tables, it could be definitely worth it, because that would be a lot more gold. If you happen to proc an Arcane Crystal here and there, that would really boost the gold per hour. You know? But it might be an older drop rate, because the current Wowhead didn't have it there. But you know what? Maybe just not enough people are opening them to actually get the data. Let me see. That's actually a good question. Let me go to my internet here. Grime Encrusted Package is that what they're called? Grime Encrusted Object. Okay, so the Grime Encrusted Object can give you... I'm just trying to see some of these drop rates here. The Sparkle-matic Wrapped Box. That's the box you get. Okay. So yeah, according to Wowhead, and there's been 37,000 of these opened, there isn't Arcane Crystals anymore. So yeah, they must have changed the loot tables, because if there's 37,000, anything worse than a 1 in 37,000 chance, we're probably not going to get it, you know? Maybe pre-Kata, they had Arcane Crystals on there. I definitely don't doubt it, like, for sure. I think there probably was. Surprised they bothered changing it. I think they went in and changed... You know what? I might have to test it. I swear Blizzard went in and changed the drop rates of frayed knots here. It was so much lower today. We were ripping crazy knots per hour there at the start of Dun Moreau. You post one video about it, I got like 2 in 13 minutes. Was it a shadow nerf? Maybe. Did I just get unlucky? Probably. But, you know. Wouldn't be the first time that something was nerfed without mention of it in the patch notes after a video was posted. Flying well mounted. You know? So, could happen. But the drop rate of frayed knots wouldn't be a bug. It would be the drop rate of them. Was it nerfed or fixed? Right? That's the distinction, right? I might have to go farm another like hour there to see what the rates are. Because over an hour, you get like over 1,000 kills, so like the drop rates are pretty realistic for the hour. And then we could do a we could actually do this. Like we could farm it for the same amount of time and do a statistical analysis on what the odds are that the drop rate wasn't changed. That'd be pretty hype. We could have like a confidence interval in everything. Yeah, these guys just keep on dropping grime encrusted objects. It's kind of like the second student posts new Midnight Farm. Blizzard nerfs it, so it's not unlikely your video is seen. Yeah, it's definitely not something they don't do. And then to a certain degree, like, we're all, to a degree, kind of beta testers. Because they don't have enough hours to go in and test all these farms. So especially with Midnight, like, the players are going in and testing things that Blizzard probably never thought they would test, or like angles of farming items they never thought would happen. Not that they thought it was impossible, just like they can't test every foreseeable thing, right? So it definitely could be one of those variables, but I feel like the frayed knots at the airstrip was pretty well known, so I don't think it was too secret. Maybe it was more secret than I realized, though. How can they test for 6 to 8 million fools? You calling us all fools? Doing stupid stuff? Yeah, I mean, we're the ultimate beta testers. Well, it's not beta testing, it's just like, you know, things will happen on live that didn't happen when in the alpha. Or on closed testing. Wait, Southridge, did you get the Mech Engineer's overalls? Or are you just hoping I get them? Twisted Saber? What's this? Okay, okay. Little blue drop from the chest? Looks like it's a unique appearance. I'll take it. Nice little blue drop.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Got the durable gloves learned. You saw I posted a short highlighting the farms that Blizzard has fixed after my videos would be fun. That would be a funny one. I gotta do some of the rare drops too. Those will be good ones. Oh, this used to be a twink item in level 29 bracket. That's cool. Very elvish indeed, yeah. It's always cool getting those old items that used to be valuable because they were like twink items. And now they're valuable for a different reason because they have a unique appearance. Like ATT, you can see here, ATT World Drop Weapons, one-hand swords. It's the only appearance that has this appearance. So any collectors that want 100% have to buy this one, which is why I'm kind of surprised it's such a low value. You must be able to farm it somewhere else pretty easily. Like, does this drop in a dungeon somewhere? Or it's just a world drop, I think, actually. Is it one of the world drops that you can abuse in Badlands? It might be. It might be on the loot box world drop tables from that one Badlands farm. Just one of the. It might just be one of the more common world drops. It must be. But if we sell it for that price, that's really, really good. Reset. So far, we could add up our Dunmorrow time. Like, we have 8 hours, almost 9 hours in Gnomer, 22 in Dunmorrow, so that's 30 hours there. Quite a few in Tinkertown. Not bad. And to be fair, while doing the Dunmorrow unlock, we have spent a fair amount of time farming either materials for the transmog alt or something like that in other zones, so a lot of our slash played here has been outside of the zone as well. Timmy Tech asking chat what the best monk race is. In my opinion, the best monk race is Pandaren, but that's based on absolutely no data. That's just my vibe, you know. Maybe Gnome. I don't know, like, actually though, like, if you're gonna PvE or PvP though, what like the best data would be. You love no monk, they kick in shins. Yeah. You know I enjoy editing my own videos, but you feel like getting an editor to turn streams into shorts will be really good. Only pull from streams up to your current vids to avoid spoilers. Yeah, I think there could be something to that, Sam. I've been wanting to do a bit more and test out some shorts. So I'm posting a couple on my own, but if I like it, that might be a good avenue to look into for sure. Because it doesn't take a ton of time, but it's not no time. You know what I mean? But we shall see. Dark Iron Dwarf Monk for run speed? Do Dark Iron Dwarfs get a higher run speed? We've actually gotten a lot of raw gold straight up from Gnomer. We're at 1,730 raw gold from Gnomer. It's not nothing. That's like 2 to 250 raw gold per hour. I mean, it's better than some fishing farms. Wait, Dark Iron Dwarf has a faster run speed indoors. I did not know that. Wait, does that make them like a goated transmog runner? Man, there's so many new racials I just didn't realize in WoW. Yeah, a monk with indoor running buff and like the monk roll would actually have some really good mobility inside. I mean, a Dark Iron Rogue with stealth boost and like base boost would probably have a really good movement speed. So for Dark Iron Dwarves, what is the base move speed? Just use the new T buff for 5% extra speed. Not a bad idea. Question is, does that stack with the Dark Iron buff? Because yeah, if it doesn't stack, then the 5% from the monk could be obtained by any class. I think it probably would stack though with the racial. Yeah, Dark Iron Dwarf Monk might actually be really good for an indoor farming character. I mean, it's hard to beat out Druids though, like with Cat form. Base movement speed on Druid is going to be very good. There's definitely a lot of different angles you can go with like a speed character, I think. I mean, Druid has Moonblade teleport too, though. Which is very convenient, right? Demon Hunters can be quite good too, though, with like their glides and their jumps and stuff. Combat Rogue is quite good. I would do Combat Rogue. The problem is, like, I can't AoE. I don't have Fan of Knives in Combat Rogue spec. Because Combat Rogue gets the grappling hooks and all that stuff, and an additional 15% move speed baseline. Problem is, no Fan of Knives, and, you know, I could do the Blade Flurry, but it's still a cooldown. And the Blade Flurry doesn't really work that well, for some reason, for these old dungeons. Like, you can't AoE down a full mob. Like, if you pulled 100 characters, Blade Flurry would not one-shot them all. It would take a long time. Long time to go. Sub-Rogue is fast? Is it faster than Combat? $10 minutes on Darkmoon Fair Fishing Hat. I guess like I could be doing Shadow Step more. I just don't really like the vibe. It always turns you away from the angle you kind of wanted to go. So it's less chill. If I'm farming by myself and not like streaming and kind of looking over on my second monitor a whole bunch, it might be easier to do, but I'm also a noob. I think really the most slept on farming class is Paladin. You guys seen those new Divine Steed? It goes for like 40 seconds, it feels like. Plus Crusader Aura. Oof, GG. I'm joking. Although in Classic, they're pretty good though, with Pursuit of Justice. I can't tell you how many times on any one of my Paladins, Pursuit of Justice saved me from a mob killing me because I could just run a little faster than it. And while I'm running away, it can't hit me. So Paladin shouldn't be slept on either for speed characters. Moral of the story. For outdoor farming, Crusader Aura can definitely make a difference. It can. It's not a small amount. It's a pretty substantial amount, actually. Did we get through the whole Grizzly Hills playlist now? /LTP. No, it's just this weird part in Grizzly Hills Day that has a really, really long pause in the music. It seemed, I think. You just did 30 sparkle boxes, and the best thing you got was silver ore. Okay, that kind of lines up with my experience as well. I think it worked out to be like, on average, 3 gold per box. Was it? on average. Happy reset day. Happy reset day. I'm going to save the molten core and all that stuff for Monday, though. I like to do my clears on Monday on this character. Just because, theoretically, say we sell out of our Shadowforge sconces, and I have to go farm Dark Iron ore to restock them, and I just cleared molten core on Tuesday, I then have to wait a whole week to get more Dark Iron ore. That's the if you're wondering why I do my clears on this character on Monday, not Tuesday, that's why. Because I want my clear to be the last thing I do before they get reset. Generally speaking. It wouldn't be as big of a deal for some. Although today, I will do Zul'Gurub today, because I want to get the mount. So, make sure every day I'm streaming, we're doing Zul'Gurub runs for the two bosses. Not runs, just one run. Try to get the Raptor and the Panther on Goldie. So far, no luck on either, but just takes time. I think this may be another disenchant bank angle. In fact, I think it will be at the end of this run. My Darkmoon fishing cap is almost up. So I can hearth out, fish, bank, vendor, disenchant, and then I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda vibing with these runs. I'm hoping to get lucky on these runs, so I might just come right back to do more Gnomer again. It's not the thing is, it's not the best consistent gold per hour, but we are getting like 200 raw gold, plus like a decent amount of like enchanting materials and vendor stuff. So I think like the actual consistent gold per hour here is probably just around 1,000. Not great, but even if we farm a couple hours here and don't get any like crazy transmog, we're still getting some gold towards the total. Not to mention grime encrusted objects. How much dark iron ore do I get on average? So if I do a trash clear, I think it's like 50. But if I do a full clear of molten core, I think it's like 80. If that's what you're asking. But yeah, if I'm doing like 10 resets of trash runs, I think it's more like 40. I mean, I can get like 350 to 400 per hour if you do like 10 runs of trash for dark iron ore. I only really farm that though when I want to craft more sconces. When you're a Gnomer, use the hearth to return to your neighborhood interchangeably with Hearthstone. Wouldn't be bad. I mean, I quite like the run we've got set up here. We do miss out on some stuff, like the final boss potential schematics, but it's okay. I did want to do some BRD runs as well for the Scorpid scale gear. Because, yeah, some of that Scorpid's gear would be good. Did I miss the chest? Crap. At this point, I'm not going back for it. I thought I got it, though. I guess not. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna hearth here for the reset. It's really snowing out there, by the way. Okay. Some vendor trash. Some of this stuff is actually quite valuable, though. And I'll list it. Okay. Ooh. Yes, enchanting. Will I be running... One sec. Alderman and BRD with the enchanter for recipes? Potentially. Once I have a crafting alt that's an enchanter, it might be an angle. If there's some good stuff in there that I actually want to craft. There's a lot of super rare recipes, though, that might not be worth as much to me to like actually craft with as just selling the recipe straight up. Like if I got the plans for the Arcanite champion from BRD, I'd have to decide if I want to learn it or not. Look into how much it sells for, all that kind of stuff. Lower Blackrock Spire, yeah. Yeah, not BRD. Yeah, for the champion. Okay, so WoW token is still 230. I'm gonna skip this. This song is not good. It's giving me anxiety. What the heck? Okay. May as well list the Dagger Maw. You know what? And this for now. All that stuff. How much you need to make and sell the profit, and how hard it would be to farm. I don't know. I would do the math if we got the drop, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it. A lot of times what I look at more so than like how profitable it would be is, yeah, like how many I would need to sell to beat out just selling the recipe, as well as what the sale rate is for the recipe versus the item. Like sometimes if the recipe has a really low sale rate and the item has a really high sale rate, it makes a lot of sense just to make the item and sell it. But if it's vice versa and the recipe has a high sale rate and the item sells terribly, then I'll probably just sell the recipe, because it would take so long to do the other way around. A couple more transmog deposits here for the Warband Bank. And then I think it's Zelgrub time, guys. I want to try to get those mounts real quick. That's a good one there. Twisted Saber. This was probably our best pull so far today from Gnomer again. We very well may go back for more kills, but yeah, it's a really good weapon there to sell. A lot of decently priced transmog, actually. So that's nice to see. And then in the bank, let me just clear these up. We probably have a surplus on cloth, but I'm still afraid to sell cloth. Okay, now let's go do the quick Darkmoon Firewater pool grab and Zelgarub. What was the 500k thing I got? Today or like last stream? Because last stream in what was it? Sunken Temple we got Stealth Blade, but nothing that price this stream. Last week, yeah, that was Stealth Blade. Let me just get this Darkmoon Firewater here. Hopefully no one comes and steals it if they have track fish on. That'd be sad. Longclaw, haven't been able to check in a while. Any news on Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Unfortunately, in that regard, there is no new news. Still currently on one binding. I guess depending on how long ago you had tuned in, we have one binding, but just the same binding. We have the binding from Gar, so we still need the rest. I say the rest, but there's just one more binding. The Baron getting binding, which is the left half, the left binding of the Windseeker. And right now we do have mining, don't we? Classic mining, but did someone say? Did someone say? Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? Potentially. You're the opposite. You need Gar's binding. Want to trade? I don't know. At this point, like, I feel like if I traded, I would get the other binding immediately. You know what I mean? Okay, so we're not doing ZG runs, guys. We are just gonna go ahead and do one run of like the bosses I need, because there's 2 mounts that can drop here. So I want to quickly try to get the mounts. I will, of course, kill the mini bosses. I don't have skinning right now, though, so I can't do any of the skinning farms. So normally I would kill these guys. I guess I still jump down, but... But yeah, I can't actually skin them. Tedward, thanks for the TSM tutorial vid. It was very concise and easy to understand. Hey, you're welcome. Glad it helped. I had made one a long time ago, but I wanted to make an updated one just somewhere to point for like the basics of getting some operations up, so I'm glad it was helpful. I might make a couple other ones, but I'm also like, I'm not super advanced past like basic add-on stuff, so a lot of the other gold guides I leave to the likes of like Student, Elon's, those guys. They know what they're doing. Kaichak. Does that rare from the ZG entrance ever drop anything? This one up here, I don't think so. I think it's just gold. The rares that do drop stuff is the guy on the bridge, the 2 trolls. We're gonna go kill him right now. The chef, and then up here the first kill of the day. Yo, Chug Life coming in. I guess you're on stream now, Chug, with 5 gifted subs. Yo, Chug, appreciate the gifted subs. And if you just got a gifted sub from Chug Life, put a little W in the chat for Chug. Appreciate it, brother. How you been, Chug? You've been busy. Chug has been busy. Santa Claus. Chug and I, so Chug's girlfriend and Path wife are competing in a High Rocks together right away here. So we were last night picking out some outfits that we're gonna wear because we're not competing. Pathwife and Chug GF are competing together in a dual High Rocks, and they're gonna match. But Chug Life and I, as like the supporting coaches, not even coaches, we're gonna match too. It's gonna be awesome. We'll have to get a photo of that into the disc. What am I doing here? Okay, first kill attempt for a mount. Oh, nice. I'll disenchant that. Yeah, so this guy, he can drop the Armored Rosashi Raptor. But not today. There's one more mount here to get though. I've looted more gold in Gnomer than ZG. How's that possible? Yeah. 1,270. A lot of the time I spent in Zel'Gurub though was killing and skinning beasts, like specifically doing trash runs for beasts only. So I didn't kill as many humanoids as I would in Gnomer. Pink tutus. I mean, you're not far off. You forgot to order that stuff, though? You'll order it now. Okay. Yeah, we have some time, but we definitely want to make sure we have it for when we go support. I'll leave these ones be. I'll just take out the easy to get bosses. It's a lot easier when you don't have skinning. It's like a much shorter run, isn't it? Because I'm not going to be killing the tigers. I don't have skinning. And nothing down there either, so... Yeah, without skinning, it's pretty basic. Your cat's watching the stream too. Let's go. Well, hello to your cat. All right. The Swift Zulian Panther. I do like, yeah, I like the tiger more than the panther, but the tiger is no longer available, unfortunately. It may be my favorite mount in the game, the Swift Zulian Tiger. From the original Zelgarub. That might be my favorite mount. Oops. Can you pickpocket these guys? You can, yes. They drop, there's a certain junk box they drop. Not the best though. We farmed quite a few. We farmed 100 of it when we were in Stranglethorn, and didn't get too much. All right. Do we get the drop? Not today. Not today. Isn't the Swift Zulian Tiger on the black market now and then? I think it can be. Yeah. I think you can catch it there. It would probably sell for gold cap, right? Like, I think if you see this Swift Zulian Tiger on the black market, it's probably gold cap. Oh, got an appearance there. Nice. The last one went for 9.5 mil. That's less than I thought for an actual, like, bid on it. That's crazy, actually. Interesting. Okay, so we did... Let me go back into Gnomer here. Or go back into Dunmorrow. Might have to have a call tonight to discuss the outfits. I'm down. That can be arranged. Most definitely. I wonder if we can figure out what sizes the outfits are. At least don't drop better loot when pickpocketed. Not necessarily. It really does depend on the... Really does depend on the mob, because like a lot of pickpocketing isn't worth much unless there's a very unique or specific item, and they just don't have it, unfortunately. Those rares, but some rares have some good stuff. Let me just do a loop around here to see what speaking of rares, see if any of these rares are online. Ready to go. I think I will have to drop mining here to grab herbalism to get a couple of herbs. Might be the move. Chug, I did. This morning we were talking a little bit more in depth about the powerlifting programming. So the next competition being provincials. So yeah, we were chatting about that. Currently, I'm on a week 1, day 2. After stream today will be my squat day. We'll see where the squat lands. But it's a fun one because Chug Life and I, we're usually never the same weight class. But as long as he gets down in weight a little bit there, we'll be going head to head in the same weight class for the first time ever. I'll be a light 120 kilo. So like the weight cap will be 265 pounds. I'll probably be just weighing what I'm weighing now, like 245. But, you know, I'm scrappy. Chug just has to make weight. We got a lot of time, though. I'm pretty confident you can. I do think I'm going to be cooking up a pretty nasty subtotal this competition. Like my squat and bench. I think it's going to be my best yet. We'll see. Honestly, I might go back for some more Gnomer runs. Is that crazy? That might be crazy. I just feel kind of lucky about it. I'm going to go back in. Fair, Jaeger. You hit plates again on bench post-injury? Chug, how many plates? Saying plates is pretty ambiguous. 3 plates, okay. Okay, that's actually really good then, yeah. I had, my bench workout yesterday was my week 1, day 1 bench workout. I had a triple. I wanted to do like a set of 3 on bench as a top set. Nice and easy. So I hit 275 for this 1 triple, and then a back down of 4x6 at 245. Quite low RPE, and based on that, like 275 being like pretty much, I could have done like 4 or 5 more reps on it. Might be in for a big bench press. We'll see. No, I think this, I don't think I'll ever do another powerlifting meet at this body weight. So I'm hoping to hit some big numbers here. Hopefully it's enough to take the crown from Chug Life. We'll see though. So 250 kg or 150? Yeah, 315 is 147 and a half, like 147.8 kilos or 0.9. So basically 150. Oh wait, 142.5. Yeah. I was thinking of like 320, I think, or 325. Let's see if we can't get some loot. Some rares. Chug Life's best bench is 215 kilos. It's true. I've seen it. It's pretty insane. Because that in pounds, what's that? Like that's like 470, right? 470 pound bench. That's insane. Ugh, disgusting. 475, yeah. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to be benching that this provincials, but I'm hoping for a PR. I will say though, and I was saying earlier, it feels really good to be locked and dialed into a new competition. I find my training is so much more like effortless, and also just I train harder when there's a competition on the horizon. It's just exciting. And then every day, like I swear this is a powerlifter thing. Every day I'm just sitting there with my calculator, like what if I squatted this and benched this and deadlifted this, like plus. How much of a total is that? I'm like, ooh, nice. Just sitting there. I swear yesterday I was on my calculator for like 20 minutes just thinking about different scenarios. So I got some numbers in my head. To meet Tech with a gifted sub to Chug Life. Let's go. Got him. That's awesome. You love how I don't kill the mob. That was the only reason you ever went to Gnomer. Is it the final boss, Gray? For the patterns, or which mob? I definitely could have missed some stuff that I could work into the path, but I quite like the path. But yes, this zone music is brought to you courtesy of Grizzly Hills. Welcome in. We might be able to get to 10 hours. Well, well, soon, yeah. I guess in 55 minutes. Ah, the corrupted water spirit boss. Gotcha. Yeah, but that one isn't really in my route, is it? I kind of optimized my route for just max kills per hour. And also ending at the exit, so I can just easily run in and out real quick to reset. It seems to work really well for me. I've been liking that that ratio of it. Alkind, you're done with work today, off to the gym. Have a good lift. Thanks for hanging out today. And maybe see you tomorrow. Have a good lift, though. Have I been keeping up with Midnight or just doing various challenges? So I have been playing my main. I leveled up in Midnight and I've been doing like a little bit of content, but I'm definitely not playing like super hard on my main. I've been doing like a little bit of Mythic and then Mythic Plus and some PvP, but nothing crazy. More so just very casually playing Midnight, which is good for me. I think that's a good balance. I think if I wanted to play more on him, I would probably just stream it, but I'm having a good time on these challenges too. Stream my +4 keys. I think I've cleared this 7. How's this zone coming? So far, so good. We're making pretty decent progress through it. I'm really hoping to get some ultra rares here from Gnomer again, like the gloves or the overalls. Those would be like icing on the cake, really. Maybe we'll get them, maybe we won't, but it's always worth a few runs. That sound is crazy, though, when they die. Did I get the chest? I think I did. Chug, you gotta pop off, get back to the IRL grind. Alright, well, GLHF on the grind. Thanks for popping in. But yeah, we can chat tonight about the outfits. The outfits for the High Rocks. Some serious business conversations to be had. I'll put it in my calendar as business meeting tonight. That way, Pathwife won't ask what it's about. Because the outfits are a surprise. I'll just say, big important business meeting. That should do it. What's the add-on? That's the timer in the corner. This is zone timer. A very good add-on. All right. Guess she doesn't watch the streams then. No, she is currently at work, and her job is not one where she can really have something on the second monitor. Plus, she gets to hear me yap all night anyways. Does Den Moreau feel like it's taken forever? Yeah, I think we technically unlocked it just under a month ago, right? I think we're on like 28 day 28 of Den Moreau. Should have a Goldbound this Saturday though, which hopefully, depending on how the mailbox goes, hopefully we sold some transmog or some trade goods and, you know, got the last little bit of the gold we need. Because right now, like in the bags, we're halfway to the token. At 230,000 gold. The token's at 230. What was the worst unlock? The first one? Worst as in like the longest slash played, I think, was definitely the first one. The Elwyn, I think, took the longest slash played. This might be close second. Not close, but like, I'm trying to think. Red Ridge actually might have taken a fair amount as well. So this is the boss that you're saying can drop some boots. Might be worth tagging then if you can drop some boots. Did the token go up a lot? Well, what kind of happened is, well, it's a starting zone, so the farms as is are a little bit lower. But also with Midnight, a lot of the old world materials went down about 50% in price. But I think, like, if we look back, I think the Stranglethorn Veil was a similar amount of time in the zone as this one. As far as, like, how many days from unlocking to leaving. I think we're at, like, 26 days. I think it was similar. Might have been, I think we were in Stranglethorn Veil for over 30 days, technically. Maybe, no, maybe it was, like, 3 weeks. I don't know. Duckswell, hey, first time you managed to catch me live. Am I going to stream much long today? We'll be going for a little bit longer here for sure. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. But yeah, like theoretically, if we were to get an item that immediately sold for a whole bunch, that'll just be a shorter zone. I mean, if that happens, I'll try to, you know, have it be like a good one episode zone where we cover a lot of the farms. If we think back to some of the videos, like Searing Gorge was a one episode zone. Just because the farms were quite good there. We were able to get out of the zone within one episode. So if we ended up selling an item that got us our next token really, really fast, it would be a similar thing where that zone would just be a shorter zone and have one episode. there's a zone I would anticipate most, what would it be? I think I'm most looking forward to Ungoro Crater. I'm quite curious. I know there's some good farms there. I think it'll be a lot of fun. So I'm personally looking forward to it, and I'm curious to see what it has going on. I know I've heard people say there's some really good farms there. Like, for sure, the mining there is going to be very good with, like, thorium and arcane crystals. Yeah, it'd be nice. Very relaxing music from Grizzly Hills we got here. Duxwell, you've been waiting to see Catch Me Live for a while, but we stream at odd hours. Yeah, it's kind of like, because where I am, it's mountain time. I live in Alberta, in Canada. So I usually stream from like, the Goldbound streams are usually like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, noon to 4 p.m. But then I'll often also end up streaming like a Tuesday, Thursday at a similar time. Because today's Tuesday, but I didn't end up streaming yesterday because we were doing a little bit of Easter celebration with my family, so I was out of town. Ooh, 11 to 10 hours difference is, yeah, that's quite substantial. Oh yeah, it'll be really late there right now. It'll be like almost 2 in the morning. Yeah, that's a tough one to catch. Might have to get some water here soon. How long do I think Tedrasil would take? So, I have some data about Tedrasil from doing Traveler. So, main thing about Tedrasil, it might be an herbalism angle, in which case I feel like your best goal per hour would be herbalism into alchemy, inscription. Sorry, herbalism into inscription. And you could probably get 2 to 2.5 thousand gold per hour, maybe more as you unlock flying. So you'd probably cap out at like 3k per hour. I don't know if you can get frayed knots there from pickpocketing or not. I think you might be able to. There's no ore, so no mining. But the thing about the new zones is, like, we're not necessarily spending all of our playtime doing the best farm in the zone. So if I did Tedrasil, I would also test like a bunch of farms that are probably not as good as that farm, but maybe in the process we would find one that's better. But that testing process takes a while and can slow down the actual zone timer versus just maximizing how fast we could get out by just find a farm that's 3,000 gold per hour and do it for like 60 hours. But I think, yeah, I think a Tedrasil unlock would probably be a similar to slightly longer than an Elwyn Forest start. Because at the end of the day, Elwyn, you can maybe get some sales on some transmog items. I also don't know what kind of transmog drops in Tedrasil. I haven't really researched it. There might be some white items you can get to sell, kind of like the Kobold mining shovel that we got in Elwyn. So that could also help a lot too. But those white items can definitely help move the needle if you try to sell those. I haven't had as much luck selling off the Dun Moreau white items as I thought I would. I've sold a couple for sure, but even listing relatively low, they didn't really fly off the shelves like I thought they might. So it definitely helps though. Definitely helps. Touring starting zone would be hard. Probably. I think there might be a couple secret farms there you could leverage. So far, not the craziest Gnomerian runs, though, has it been? That's okay. Is what it is. Am I looking to farm in unpopular zones that no one visits? Which might that be? Maybe Deadwind Pass. I'm kind of looking forward to that zone. It's been on the spinner for a while. Our next zone could be Deadwind Pass. People tend to just go there for Karazhan runs, which we would of course do as well, but I think there could be some fun little farms there. A lot of zones, though, I won't really know until I get in there. Find out the farms as we're, you know, exploring the zone, seeing what we can do. Jump down here. Yeah, your preference is whatever is most painful. Lovingly, of course, of course, of course. And you know, that's okay. That's good. It's all part of the farm. Jeez, our bags are filling up pretty quick here. Do you still turn in the grime encrusted objects? I've been saving them up. I turned in 100. There's nothing too crazy. They're about like, I think it was like 4 gold each on average. You can get some, sorry, excuse me. You can definitely get some trade goods that have some value in there, like silver and stuff. But silver and moss agate are kind of the best things you're going to pull from the grime encrusted objects. But it's definitely like not nothing. There's definitely some loot there to be had. Crowd Pummeler 960 defeated. Very good. Back in Shadowlands, you leveled in the Hinterlands, and it was magical. You were alone most of the time. Hinterlands is a pretty cool zone. It's like a beautiful zone. It is slept on a little bit, I find. I'm looking forward to it. There's also some unlocks there, I think, from vendors. Did I get the chest here? I guess I did. Remember to pick up our Endeavor. Ooh, is there a new Endeavor available? I'll have to do that. I will have to do that. I might have to get some water. There's like some. Oh! 1 sec. Okay, so. Not a bad thing. High-tech super gun. However, look how many items it shares appearance with. And the actual sale average is super low. It'll be worth trying to sell, but yeah, it shares so many appearances that these other items are just probably way easier to get, so it can kind of reduce the price. But really cool to have another blue drop. It reset today. Honestly, I'll probably go do it. I'll go get some water, and then we can do the housing Endeavor set. The first one of midnight, there's only one option. So I'm hoping that there's a couple options and we can vote on it. Let me just run in and run out here. I'll go real quick. Let's go fill up my water. Maybe I'll get a coffee and some water. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and we'll select the Endeavor, and then get back to gold farming because we gotta make some gold, guys. That's how we do it. So I'll BRB, and I'll catch you soon. We're back. So let's go. Yeah, let's go to the house to set a new endeavor. See who is in town. The last endeavor went really well. So let's go ahead and see. Do I do housing too, or just the endeavors? So I do the endeavors, and I have a house. I don't have very much decor, though. I am a little bit restricted to my decor on the account. I'm trying to, like, not do decor that I didn't get on Goldby. I think there is some in the house that I had from my characters, other characters, but let's go. Okay, so we do have 3 endeavors. I will do... I'll do a vote for this. It'll have to be on one area, so... Let me see if I can just do a quick straw poll. That way I can link it on YouTube and Twitch. Straw poll creation. So there's Drakthir, Blood Elves, and I guess that's Goblins. Create your poll, it's free. Do I have to sign in? Oh, that was type form. I want straw poll. There we go. What endeavor to unlock? So there's 3 options. The first one, it is the reaching beyond. Wait, we already did Drakthir. Okay, so I'll take that off. Yeah, you're right, we did Drakthir. Artistic aid. Artistic aid. Blood elf. And moderate mech. That's got to be goblins, right? Moderate mech. Is that goblin? Goblin question mark? So invite a blood elf. Invite a blood elf art commune to your neighborhood. Their knowledge of art will help you inspire neighborhood residents, and the beauty of your neighborhood will inspire them. It's mecha gnomes. Some of the gadgets we have in the neighborhood are malfunctioning. Invite the mecha gnomes to the neighborhood to bring in their technical expertise. Ooh, excuse me. So it is mecha gnomes. Mecha gnome. Okay. Create poll. Share. Copy. So I'm going to drop this in YouTube and Twitch. That is the poll. While we're live here, I'm going to pin it on both. Pinned. Okay, so go on there and vote for which endeavor, well, particularly if you're in the guild, on which endeavor you want to see. Right now it's 50-50. It is... I'll give it like a couple minutes here while we chat about it. Before we go. Can you invite Horde players to your guild? Yes, Horde can join the guild. However, you do have to apply through... So if you go to, like, join a community, instead of the guild finder, if you search for join community, or find community, cross faction, make sure that's enabled, and then search Goldbound. This is for Horde to get into the guild. You'll find Goldbound. We're already a member of it. And in the community, there is a link in general and in community chat. And that link is the guild invite to Goldbound. And that's how you get it on Goldbound. On Horde. Yeah. So that's how you do it. Currently, we have 20 votes. So if you want to vote on this, I'll let you vote. We'll do it in about a minute and a half here for the actual poll. Can you invite Horde players to your guild? Yeah, sorry, I just talked about that. So Liquid won, I see. I heard that. I haven't seen it, but I heard Liquid won. I saw that in a chat on stream today. Do they have to accept invites? My tunes have been waiting for a few days now. Yeah, so I'm the only one who can accept the invites on the application. I went through this morning and accepted all the invites. I was away for the weekend, not on my computer, so there shouldn't be... We should be all up to date. So you should have an invite pending now. From this morning. Otherwise, for other characters, all guild members can invite, but I'm the only one who can access the applications. Okay. So far, the Mechanomes are 62% to 37%. So I'll give it a little bit longer, but it looks like Mechanomes might be winning this one, guys. The best part was when Max found out there was a secret phase during the fight yesterday. I saw a YouTube video that was like them reacting to it, but I haven't seen it myself. I gotta watch that. Okay, guys, last 10 seconds here to vote on the poll. Currently 60% Mechanome, 40% Blood Elf. What do Endeavors do? So basically, everything we do right now, we're going to invite one of these kind of groups to our home. They'll set up shop in the town square. And everything we do in the game, like we'll be getting basically materials for them. Whether you're gathering, doing raids, there'll be objectives to do. And you can use those to get coupons to trade with them, basically for items and decor that have their appearance. Alright, guys. Time is up. Votes have not changed. It is Mechanome that has won. Mechanome has won. Mechanomes are invited. So see, now we have them setting up shop here. I'm gonna unpin this now. On Twitch and YouTube. Might have not actually pinned. There we go. All right, so we got some new buddies in our neighborhood. Also, if you just joined, we have a couple layers of houses. Looks like there is a new house. Plot 50 is now available, guys. So if anyone wants to make a house there, it's available. This is where I live. This is where Chug Life lives. So, you know, plot 50 is available on this plot. Is this choice permanent or can you change it? It stays. They basically stick around for a couple weeks and then it kind of rotates out. So every couple of weeks you can pick a new endeavor. But for like, so for example, let me show you here for housing. So for endeavors, all these, there's a bunch of tasks that you can do that's going to give you house XP. So here, a lot of them you will have to go to Mechagon to do. Not all of them though. So be a good neighbor. You can just like do good neighborly deeds around the house. There is sometimes ones for like, just where are they? Generally speaking, like, yeah, like completing Mythic Plus dungeons does it. Completing delves in current content gets you stuff. killing any raid boss gets you the stuff. So it doesn't just all have to be in the Mecha Gnome area. Pretty much like anything you do in Midnight, like bosses, delves, Mythic Plus, World Quests, will give you also progress towards it. Return to previous location, please. But yeah, if you want to maximize it, you do have to go to the Mecha Gnome area, but you don't have to. Okay, let's do one more run here, and then I'm going to go outside and do some farms. But at least one more Gnomer run. It only makes sense since we just invited the Mecha Gnomes to kill a whole bunch of gnomes. Gnomer runs farming gloves, or... Yeah, pretty much, you know, any, the gloves or the overalls. Oh, actually, you know what? We're kind of full on space. Let me get out of here. I didn't realize we were that full on space. My bad. Sell junk. I'm just gonna clean up the bags here. That was from Zul'Gurub, I think. Good. Spongy Morel, we'll get rid of that. I'm gonna disenchant here. Maybe first I'll do the auctions. Sell off the trade goods. T-minus 6 minutes on a Dark Moon fishing cap as well, so I gotta do that here right away. Get that Dark Moon Firewater out of here. Okay. Profitable. If you're able to get it running, am I interested in an overlay for gold per hour and a progress bar towards the token for the stream? Maybe. I am a little hesitant just because I like having fewer moving parts. But depending how it works, maybe. The thing is, like, we only really have the gold move when we have a mailbox clear. So it kind of, we don't really see progress live on stream, right? That's my only kind of like hesitation about it, is we don't really see it live. Gold per hour might be cool, but we kind of have that in Loot Appraiser, you know? So potentially, but I do like to keep it pretty lean on what we're running with, especially on the OBS side. Because I get headaches from OBS. Not really headaches, but, you know, sometimes if things go wrong. Trying to pull it from Loot Appraiser for the gold per hour. Yeah, that would be pretty cool then. That would actually be really cool. Would it be like an add-on or like an OBS plugin or overlay? Good. These will all get deposited into the bank, especially that. Man, that Grizzly Hills music does just hit, doesn't it? HTML browser source with a Python database running in the background to pull the data. Yeah, that could be pretty cool actually then. Because yeah, sometimes the gold per hour on Loot Appraiser, I don't always have Loot Appraiser open, and it is kind of like small, so it could be pretty cool. Let me go ahead and drop these in the bank. And then I'll go back to Dunmoreau. I think I do want to try to get, just as like a bit of a safety net, a little more raw gold. And by raw gold, I mean trade good gold. So it wouldn't hurt to do some herbalism, I don't think. Gotta put all the grime encrusted objects back. Patterns back. Lockboxes. Well, you know what? Let's just open the lockboxes while we're here. That's what we did last time. So pickpocketing. Where's my pickpocketing? Oh, there it is. Shift G. Battle Forged. Okay, that's a little bit of fake value, guys, I think. Wait, maybe not. This is a weird one. So it's, okay. It's a Cataclysm weapon, which sometimes has fake value, but the region sale average is 16k on it. I'll try to sell it, but the market value says it's gold cap. I don't believe that for 1 second. But we'll hold on to it, at least. That's weird. Oh. Disenchant this again. Not disenchant, but picklock. And then disenchant. Yeah, I'll try to sell it, but I'm not holding my breath to sell it for like a crazy amount, let me tell you that. Alright. Ooh. Somehow we ended up right on 117,000 gold flat. You don't see that too often. From our Gnomer again runs. The event keeps popping up. Come on, flap. Okay, so I do want to drop mining real quick just to get herb. It seems like herbalism might be our best bet for raw gold in Dunmoreau. It's a Wemble task widget. Tell me about gathering professions, please. Tell me about herbalism. Train me in herbalism. Thank you. Oh yeah, we have some of these guys here. Yeah, so there's dailies. Oh, we're gonna get a lot of XP from doing Noble Garden every day. It's 12,000 XP for 20 shell fragments. Egg baskets. Oh my goodness, even more XP. And do you have goods? I'm just curious now here. Okay, yeah, they have goods. These are cosmetic binds to warband. So this is the Noble Garden egg. Place a brightly colored egg that contains Noble Garden goodies, so it can open up. You can open up the egg, maybe get stuff in there, potentially the mount. A lot of BOE stuff. Okay. Yeah, the thing would be trying to get the Swift Spring Strider, because it's like 30 to 40k, right? 500 Noble Garden chocolates. There's also a bunny. I'm curious about the trinket though, or the toy, the Hearthstone toy. Place a painted egg that can be sold for a moderate amount of gold. Wait, what is this? Oh, here's the Hearthstone. 250 for the Hearthstone. Okay. What does this do? Where are you supposed to place it? It's weird. Yeah, they don't want to buy it back. Oh, it's for player-made hunts. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so the question is, if we could get a lot of Noble Garden chocolate... I don't know. Maybe it's decent gold per hour, maybe not. What I think I will do, though, get some herbs. You can open it for 10... Ah, okay, so I shouldn't have bought that. So, how do you get the chocolate? Because it requires 500 chocolate to buy the mount. Is it possible to farm unlimited chocolate, is my question, or is it gated behind time in, like, daily quests? I'll have to look into this. You can farm it in starter zones. So, are there just, like, how does it work? You just go around and find eggs? So, I wonder if... Does Outlaw Rogue track treasure? Specifically, Karanos will have eggs? Where the lady was? Okay, let me go look. Now I'm a little bit curious. So there might be eggs around this area. Like this?
Nice.
I found one. Okay, and it has chocolate. So technically, if we do a calculation, if the mount costs 500 of those... Yo, there's one up here. Oh no, that's a player. Okay, that's my bad. If the mount costs 500 and it's worth 30,000 gold. 30,000 divided by 500. That's 60 gold per egg, technically. That's not that bad. If you, like, how frequently can you find these eggs? Like, there's one right there. That's like 120 gold. Are they in the inn too? Or are they just outside? We might have to go egg hunting tomorrow. Is that crazy? Go for an egg hunt? Only outside, but it constantly respawning. One on stairs? Is this it? Oh, there's one right there. So that's not bad. There's one right here too. Honestly, this could be like a good little farm with the sole idea to farm up for this mount here. The Swift Spring Strider. So it costs 500 of the chocolates, but it sells for like 30 to 40k. So each chocolate is 60 to like 70 gold each. That's actually kind of good, low-key. There's a basket that increases run speed by 60%. Oh. I'm going to hold off on doing this because I want to have the footage recorded directly versus, like, I don't want the footage to accidentally get corrupted from the stream. But that we might be farming eggs tomorrow, guys. I'm not going to lie. This is kind of amazing. I kind of love this, actually. I'm kind of bought in. Because there's got to be the same spawn points. So once you know where they spawn, I assume you would just kind of go around the same spots. Oh, we're going to get rich. Farming eggies. There's one right there.
Greetings.
Jack. Jace KBN. Greetings, traveler. Thank you for the prime. Welcome to the egg. Oh, this is good, guys. Okay. We're for sure getting the mount tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll go for the mount, eat mini eggs. For every, 1 mini egg for every 5 eggs found in game. Just like, there's so many eggs. This is really good. If you can get the mount? What? We also just got a traveler's log progress. Like, even just this little troll right here. Ooh. I got this.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Just learned that, let me just transmog that real quick. What was that? Spring Circlet. Oh, because I have the fishing helm, we can't transmog it. That's okay. What I'll do, I'm gonna go farm some ore. Or maybe I should just farm... Honestly, at this point, maybe I should just farm eggs. Because, like, technically speaking, that's like 9 times 6 gold. No, I'll do a little bit of ore as well. Because, yeah, there's no guarantee that mount will sell. There's so many eggs, though. Interesting. Cursed rabbit's foot? Okay, so not every egg gives a chocolate. Got it. But a lot of most eggs do. You got a question on weeks where there's no Goldie video, but instead something else. Do I still grind on Goldie? Yeah, so if there's no Goldie video, it's usually like I'm still usually playing Goldie like Monday, Wednesday, Friday those weeks, generally speaking. But depending on the challenge, the other video, I would say sometimes the Goldie time is lower. Yeah. All right, that's cool. Gonna be a great Easter. Yeah, we'll have to get the Hearthstone mount thing, or the Hearthstone, the mount. Got all that stuff. Oh yeah, when we farm the eggs, I think I'll farm more eggs tomorrow. I'll do the quests tonight to get the quests done. And then we can have like the speed buff and just go around getting eggs. Put the farming bar up. That'll probably be tomorrow. I think it'll actually be kind of decent gold. 500 might be a lot to farm though, hey? I mean, you can also get the loot box. I guess it depends what the drop rate of the mount in the box is. You could roll the dice and just go for it there. Cerebell with the let's go. Let's go. Will there ever be a final video on the Inquisitor Paladin? I understand he died. R.I.P. R.I.P. But there was no resolution on YouTube. So the footage got like deleted off my hard drive of like the actual run. So that's the problem with right now with the Inquisitor. I might just bring him back just for like the softcore on the second channel, and just like have a community post about it. But I just straight up don't have the footage of the last like I guess it was like 9 levels on him. It's really unfortunate. It's really annoying with losing the footage, but that's why. You got the mount out of opening eggs. You got it. You got it on your second egg opening yesterday. Oh my goodness. So maybe it is worth doing the eggs. Can you get the Hearthstone out of the egg? Like the loot chest? I wonder if it's statistically cheaper to get it from the loot or from the actual just buy it for 500. Like we could also get a whole bunch of other stuff. I don't know. I do. No. No, it's just the suit, pant, dress, robe, ears, and mount. Okay. I'll have to look into what the drop rate of the mount is, because I would hate to go over 500 eggs trying to get the mount. You know? Because like if I spent 700 eggs on boxes to try to get the mount and I just didn't get it, that would feel pretty bad. So maybe it would be better to go with the bad luck protection and just buy what I actually want to get. But getting the suit too, like the pants, the dress, the robe, ears, and mount would be good. So all the other gear, wait, is all the other gear that you can get from those boxes BOE? Like, can you sell the other items from the box? Pants are fake value. There's a Reddit thread that breaks down the drops and what you have to purchase. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check that out tonight. I'll do a little recon and come tomorrow with a strategy. And probably a farm goal. percent to next zone estimate. I'll say, so our actual in the bag gold is 115,000. Excuse me, sorry. However, it's been almost 2 weeks since our last mailbox opening. I would be very surprised if we didn't hit the token this next video. But it could happen. Because I haven't opened the mailbox for, like, I guess 10, 11 days now. So theoretically, we should have quite a bit of value charging up in the mailbox, right? There's a boss, a daily boss in Elwyn as well. Does the daily boss drop chocolates? Because if so, maybe I should kill him tonight. But do you have to group up for the boss? These are all questions I'll have to look into. The spicy? Spicy indeed. We'll see what happens in the vid. Yes, and amount. You have to no group required, but you do need other people around. That's okay as long as they're just in the zone. That's kind of fine. Not like grouping up for like a raid boss. The Grizzly Hills vibe does kind of match Dun Moreau pretty well. I quite like it. Oh, there's a silver-bound treasure chest up there. Let me go grab that. See what it contains. Disciples bracers. Those chests can have some crazy white drops that have a lot of value. It's too bad the chocolate is soulbound. Oh, if the chocolate was BOE or could be sold, that would be crazy. We could make a lot. I mean, to be fair, if we just like we could low-key stockpile a ton of those mounts. If there's no cap to how many eggs you can gather, I'll try to get an egg per hour rate and see what we can do. NMX. Glad to see the goat back on YouTube. Well, thank you for the designation, but also glad to be on YouTube. Nice to have the VODs there for viewing. They do sell higher off season for sure. So we could like save up one, you know, maybe save it for a rainy day, aka a rough zone, and then just sell off the old mount. We'll see. Because yeah, right now, in the next couple days, I'll probably be the cheapest they sell all year. Because everyone can just go and farm the eggs. Wait, gold per hour is looking really good right now on this. Why did the gold per hour all of a sudden shoot up on... it's the Disciples, yeah. The Disciples braces are in that valuation. That's why. That makes sense. Yeah, the herbs themselves aren't too crazy right now. Definitely decent gold, though. But yeah, definitely the angle here, at least for the herbs, is just to grab some herbs, stockpile a few so I can mill them down, probably sell them as either inks or pigments. It kind of looked like right now the pigments are selling for more. I think the inks are down quite a bit. No, other way around. I think the pigments are down quite a bit, but the alabaster, the moonglow inks are kind of up comparatively. So I'll probably try to get these into the moonglows with a level 1 inscription. But yeah, I am really interested to see how much we can make from chocolate eggs, Easter egg hunting. That's kind of fun. How's the weather looking out there? Looks like the blizzard stopped, but it looks kind of cold. You know what? I'll do a couple more herbs, but I want to get enough to open up one of the boxes today from the eggs. What if we just got the mount on the first loot chest thing? Let's just go take a look. It's got me thinking now. What if we have that luck today? After all, why not? Why not? Ooh, I also... One sec. I'm getting too excited about this. I gotta go do my Dark Moon fishing cap real quick, guys. I'm not min-maxing the value there, so I gotta quickly fish with the hat, and then we'll go Gampa. We could Gampa on it, yeah. We could do a prediction, you know? Will the mount drop from the thing? Because we already have 12 eggs, so I think I just need 8 more. Okay. Make my Solaz checking in. Exclamation mark. Never tell me the odds. Never tell me the odds. Psh. Although, I would be curious as to what the odds are. You know, like what are the odds of getting the drop? We can look up the drop tables before we do the poll. Or the prediction. Let's do that. Oops. You know what? Actually, you know what? Do tell me the odds, so I can make an educated decision. Regardless of how wise that decision is, at least the decision itself will be educated. At least I know the odds I'm trying to beat. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's go. So we have 13 chocolates. Let me go to the vendor here. Oh, wait. Is this the chest? Noble Garden Egg. Is this it? Is this the one that can have the stuff? Let me go look it up. It only requires 5? That could change everything. Noble Garden Egg. I'm looking it up on Wowhead. That's not it? What would be it then? Don't think so. Not for consumption. Oh, I don't think this is it. It is used for an achievement, though. But I thought you could spend the chocolate on a container. I might try this one out. Because I think there's something you can spend the chocolate on. Which theoretically could hold more. Is this it? The Noble Garden egg? It's a 1 hour cooldown. Wait, it literally just had chocolate. Oh, opening floor eggs are the containers. So wait, every single one of these could have the mount? Yes? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. You have the chocolate or an item. Oh, okay. So I think I understand it now. I thought there was something you could buy with the chocolate. So while I'm saving up for... Excuse me, I got some allergies today. I'm sorry, guys. So while I'm saving up for the mount, I could just straight up get the mount from these. Okay. So it's kind of like bad luck protection. I'm into it. I'll do a lot of egg opening tomorrow. Okay. Now that I understand it a bit more. I thought you could choose to purchase. Oh my gosh, we're a Noble Garden bunny. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. I am starting to learn where some of them can spawn. Let me just grab a few here real quick, just you know, for fun. There's one back here. Just a few, for funsies. Oh, they go all the way out here. Oh wow, they go all the way out here. There's so many of them, guys. Coughing and sneezing, don't overextend. Yeah, you kind of get a vibe for where they might be. Do they go out here? I don't know if they go all the way out there. I don't think they do. Oh yeah, interact key highlights them if you're kind of close. And also, oh yeah, interact key is great for this. Oh, it disappeared though. There's one up here. So I'm just gonna get like a couple here for the day. I'll do more tomorrow, but I want to just open up the ones I have here. And we'll see how far we get. Oh, there's one down there. This guy thinks, oh, yeah, follow this guy. He knows where they are. There's more up here? Could there be? How is that not one? You've got the Elwyn spawns. Wait. One by the guard and the signpost? Oh, yeah. I'll do like one more, and then we'll open them. I want to farm some more herbs today, though. Farm some more herbs today, and we'll do a bunch of eggies tomorrow. Oh, quite a few here. Do they go all the way back here? I don't know that they do. Oh, they're over here too. Oh, there's a lot over here. This is too fun. There's no loot. I'm kind of just learning where they spawn so that tomorrow we can go hard on this. Okay. So I have 8. Let's do. You know what? I got 18 eggs. Let's just farm up a clean 20 and open all those. Honestly, it's so satisfying. It is. It's really relaxing. It's very satisfying how it works. But yeah, I'll open up 20, and I did say we were going to do a prediction, so I'll do a prediction on what happens when we open up 20 of these eggs. Do they only stack to... They only stack to 18. That's kind of weird. Isn't that weird? Why do they... Yeah, they only stack to 18. I have never seen that in the game. I could see them... Why wouldn't they make them... If they're going to do something weird like that, they could make it stack to 12. Like a dozen eggs. I guess 18 is a large carton of eggs. That's true. Okay, so I will do over on Twitch a prediction on this one here as to... From 20 eggs, does the bounce drop? I don't think it's super likely, guys. I'm not going to lie. But it could. Option 1, yes. Option 2, no. I'm going to do 2-minute submission period. If you want to hold off on doing your prediction on Twitch, I am going to try to find the drop rate in the meantime. So, start prediction. Now let me look this up. So, what are these called? They're called brightly colored eggs. Brightly colored eggs. Contains... It doesn't tell me what they contain. Yeah, it doesn't tell me what they contain, so... I don't know what the drop rate is. So, I guess it's just an undisclosed drop rate for the Twitch prediction. Oh, off of 18 eggs. We'll see. Yeah, they aren't super brightly colored, are they? That's okay, though. They're nicely colored, at least. All right, how much time left on this? 44 seconds to vote over on Twitch for a prediction on whether or not from these 20 brightly colored eggs, if we'll get the mount. The Swift Spring Strider. It also has spring robes, white tuxedo shirt, all that, and 43 more. Wait, someone just dropped 20K? Yep. We have 5 total people voting for yes, 7 for no. There's 86K channel points, soon to be frayed knots, on no. 96K now. Okay. Submissions are closed. There's a lot of channel points. Okay. First one, we're just gonna go right into it. Chocolate. Second one.
Easy.
Oh, I had a little heart attack there when the ATT rang. We got spring flowers. Okay, not the mount though. Chocolate. 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 Lots of chocolate. Okay, 8 more. Yeah, I can give the flowers to Pathlife. Elegant dress. Wow. Well, we got the dress. I don't know how rare that is, but we got it. Can't sell it. How about a mount? How about a mount? We got the Blossom Branch. Puts a rabbit costume on a targeted enemy or player. Okay. All right, 3 more chocolates. Eggs. Come on. Okay. So the outcome, unfortunately, was no. We did not get the mount. Complete prediction. We got some good stuff, though. Dress is a decent rare. Nice. Yeah, we've gotten some decent stuff from it. We're all 29 chocolates from the 20 eggs. No, we had some of the chocolates from the eggs before. I spent 5 chocolates on an egg, but yeah. Yeah, I think we only pulled... I mean, if you... It's either 1 chocolate or 1 item, right? So you can't get an item and a chocolate. You've never been on the winning side of a prediction? You're down 80 to 100k? You're an optimist then, is what I'm hearing. You're optimistic on the drop rates. Small chance, no chocolate, and sometimes 2x. Oh, okay, so you could get double chocolate. Reckless, you know what? I appreciate it. You're rooting for the drops. I appreciate that. I respect it. One day those drops will be there, you know, we'll all cheer loudly. Next binding drop, sick. I wonder what. I guess the real question is, what are the odds? And maybe tomorrow it'll be an ongoing prediction. Will we get the mount before 500 egg? But like before we have to buy it. Like statistically, do you think if you go to farm 500 eggs, do you get the mount in the chest before you can just buy it, or do you statistically end up buying it with the chocolates? Raven spawn, you did 2,000 eggs and nothing rare. Oh wow. So yeah, I think on average you'd have to buy it. So it would be below like a 0.2% drop rate, basically. I bet you it's 0.1, right? Probably 1 in 1,000. No. Yeah, maybe the mount is 1 in 1,000. That would make sense. From the eggs. Maybe it's different. I don't know. Could be higher. Could be lower. I'm really looking forward to our Easter egg hunt on stream tomorrow, guys. This got me excited. The fact that this is in our zone and we can actually just unlimitedly farm it. I thought the eggs were going to be like a daily quest and we could just not get anything. But there's no cap on it. I'm so excited for that. That's sick. In our current zone of Dunmoreau, we have to get the mount. It would be silly not to. Right? We'll get it tomorrow for sure. Whether or not we have to buy it or if we have to farm it. Or get lucky. And I might have to eat some chocolate on stream tomorrow. I wonder how fast it'll sell though, right? The Swift Love Strider, it's called, right? Or no, not Love Strider. Spring Strider. The Swift Spring Strider. To get a quick sale, you probably got to list it kind of low, right? I bet you there's going to be a lot of undercutting happening. The price will probably go down over the holiday, unfortunately, but I'm sure we can probably snag a sale in there somewhere. If we happen to get it. Big if. Where are we at? I think they're like Grumpus mounts from Winter's Veil. They sell slowly and often outside the event itself, but they do sell. Yeah. Because when I was looking at the tooltip, when I was looking at the actual vendor, the sale rate was 0.134, which is decent. So if you're reasonably priced, you should be able to get offload it like over the course of a week. Yeah, it just depends how much you can sell it for. You know, people who sell 10 to 20 of those ones a year. That's pretty good. That's like one, yeah, one every like 1 to 2, 1 to 3 weeks. I believe that. Most definitely. Is there a flare or something there? Kind of weird. May as well fly over the rare spawns to see if any of them actually spawned while we're here. The Imbued Cadet Cloak. We still have Disenchanting, so we can disenchant these while we're here. Goldie is such an honest worker. He's just out here picking herbs, you know? Doing his thing. Getting that gold. One herb at a time. Those stats include the rest of the year, though, when it's unavailable. True. Lots of competition during the event and right after the event. Yeah, I guess there's probably more general awareness of... One sec, I got a notification with a Costco recall. Uh-oh. Certain beds. Okay, I didn't buy my bed at Costco. Apparently there's a bed recall from Costco. Just so you guys know. My Google and my Garmin watch wanted me to know that, apparently. What was I saying, though? I was saying, yeah, there's probably way more awareness about the mount right now during the event. So people who might see it think, I don't want to farm 500 Easter eggs. Let me go buy it. So, yeah, there's probably more that are sold during the event. The supply's also up, though, so even though there's more demand, there's also more supply. So the price, on average, probably goes down, because I would wager the supply still would be higher than the demand. Maybe. Well, let me just check right now. How many are on the auction house? Of the Swift Spring Strider. Only 2 on my realm. Oh. Okay, actually. So, that's actually pretty good. So I definitely want to farm one tomorrow. and get it listed tomorrow, because that could be really big. Teaching Economics 101 on Twitch, Professor Patholerics. Greetings, travelers. Welcome to Economics, Goldenomics 101. Don't lock yourself into starting zones. Probably go to midnight to farm your gold. But if you are going to lock yourself into starting zones, then when the event comes by, I guess farm them out, you know? Rattle me bones. Are we Gnomen? Oh, we're Gnomen. Rest assured. Sleep soundly knowing we are Gnomen out here. No man, Gnomen as good as Gnomer. Right? That's what they say. Gnomenomics. Yeah, Gnomenomics. Man. The Grizzly Hills soundtrack just doesn't miss, does it? I think the Grizzly Hill soundtrack has a direct line to, like, my relaxation. Wait, can we even get this one? I don't think we can. Can I go up here? No, I don't think I could get that herb. I think that is a druid exclusive herb. Even then, if they're in flight form, they can't be flying and gathering. They still have to be on the ground. So, that might be like a weirdly coded herb there. That's kind of interesting. I kind of want to know how much gold per hour right now these herbs are giving. Keep in mind, once we mill them, it'll go down. Or go up. When we mill into, like, Moonglow inks and stuff like that. Blizzard harvested the hippocampi of 1,020s babies. Like, 2000s babies, and found that the Grizzly Hill soundtrack produced the most nostalgic dopamine drip possible. Yeah, I think you could even extend that beyond, or like earlier than 2000s babies, like 90s and even 80s babies, you know? It hits right, the Grizzly Hill soundtrack. It just doesn't miss. Well, actually, that one night song kind of low-key does miss, but that's the exception, not the rule. And it's good until it gets weird. Then it gets kind of eerie and, like, unsettling. That's the only soundtrack that I don't really love about Grizzly Hills. What was it? What, Alan Walker, I think, did the Sea Shanty 2 remix. He played it at, was it Tomorrowland? At some music festival. It went hard. I want Alan Walker to remix, like, some Grizzly Hills soundtracks. The Sea Shanty 2 mix is from RuneScape. It's like a RuneScape song. And this EDM artist, producer, like, made it into an EDM song. It was so cool. Maybe only for a sub portion of the audience, but still. I respect him for doing that. That was really cool. I think RuneScape songs, though, do, like, lend themselves a little bit more to being adapted into maybe some kind of other music. Because they're a little more just like, what's the word? Repeating and, like, based on, like, a beat. Whereas World of Warcraft soundtracks are a little more ambient and a little more symphony vibe. But yeah, RuneScape beats, that's a good way to put it. They're a simpler format. And they're more repetitive with notes, and they're more so on, like, a BPM. Like, if you try to tell me the BPM of that last song in Grizzly Hills, no idea. All OSRS songs are the same tempo as well. Really? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's cool. Does it... Wait, does it actually... Okay, so here's my thought. Does the tempo line up with the ticks in RuneScape? Like, is it some multiplier or division of the ticks? Oh, yes, that's amazing. I love that. Exactly. Okay, that makes it so much cooler then. That's maybe my favorite fact I learned today. The RuneScape soundtrack is all in the same tempo, which is in like the either multiple or a division. Multiple or a division of the game ticks. Very good. The WoW songs have project tempos, and it probably flexes multiple times per track. Yeah, because they're more so like orchestras being played. That kind of vibe. Still very good soundtracks, though. But very different. Very different. They probably compose on a computer, then hand off to an orchestra to record. That's kind of cool. Makes sense though. I feel like the success of an MMO is largely dependent on the soundtrack, right? Like if your soundtrack is out to lunch, not a good thing. But there's so much variability in like what a good MMO soundtrack is. Like good fantasy music. If you start playing WoW now, do you have to buy each expansion or is it all bundled together? So if you start playing now and you bought like the midnight version, so let me go to the WoW shop. Basically, you just have to buy one. If you buy the midnight, like the midnight version of the game, it includes everything, right? So yeah, I think you just need to get the midnight. Is that correct? Okay, or, so yeah, you can buy midnight, which is the game, or if you don't want to actually buy the current expansion, you can just buy a WoW sub, which gets you everything up until the current expansion. So it would be levels 1 to 80, and then to go from 80 to 90 and play current content, you need to buy midnight. Oh, and the WoW sub just gets you all of Classic WoW as well. Really? That's good. That's really good, actually. So for Classic WoW, you don't have to buy any game. You just have to buy a subscription. That's nice, actually. I like that. As it should be, I think. As it should be. And then, if you just start playing WoW, like, so, say you don't want to spend the $60 to buy the current midnight, the current expansion, and you just got a subscription, you could play from level 1 to 80, and then farm a bunch of gold to sell WoW tokens. So, like, a WoW token is what we farm. So if I farm 228,000 gold, right now I can trade that to another player for 25 Canadian dollars in BattleNet currency. If I did that 2 times, I guess 3 times, I would have $75 of BattleNet currency just from playing level 1 to 80, like doing old world farms. And in this scenario, I don't have midnight yet. I could go buy midnight for BattleNet currency straight from playing the game. So some people do that. You can also pay for WoW time by farming as well. Also, congrats to Edda Thundar. Achievement earned Keystone Hero. Well done. Yeah. Yeah, or you could just wait until the next expansion, and you could, at that point, play Midnight with just the sub. It's just the most recent expansion, like the most recent level band that you need to get the expansion for, I guess. Yeah, was it when did they change that? Because it used to be like you had to go buy TBC, right? You had to go buy Wrath and Kata. I think around Kata they changed it, right? Where it's just the most recent one. Because that starts to add up pretty quick. I think they had catch-up packs though, where you could like buy the old version. It's definitely changed over time though, how they do it. You've been playing WoW for WoW time with farming right now, and you're working your last token to buy a Midnight. Let's go. I do think it's really good that they have that option there, you know? Because A, it creates a goal for gold farmers, and it also gets, I mean, I think it gets more people into gold farming, which is a really fun aspect of the game, than otherwise would. The fact that you can like use your gold to either buy WoW time, buy mounts, you know, like the game mounts, or to buy the new expansions. Like this character, I bought the Traders Guild of Brutosaur, which is technically 2.3 million gold, or like 130 Canadian dollars. I bought this mount 100% with WoW gold that I farmed in these old zones. That's pretty cool. I think it was 128 Canadian dollars, which is actually crazy when you think about it for a mount in a video game, but hey. Way she blows. Wow, look at this. So our time in Dunmurrow is 22 hours, 29 minutes, and our total looted gold is 22 gold, 28 silver. Now, this is only the gold we've looted from mobs, like straight from coin purse to our inventory. Not quests, not vendor, not auction. But it's literally 1 gold per hour, almost exactly. Almost exactly down to the silver. That's hilarious. If we were doing a raw gold, it would be really difficult. Luckily, we can sell in the auction house. But in the challenge, until we get a WoW token, we can't go to a new zone. So, theoretically, without an auction house, this would be a several 100,000 hour farm. Mick, yeah, with Mists of Pandaria, they had the battle chest. That's what they called it, the battle chest. Where you could buy everything from before MOP. Like it would be like Burning Crusade, Wrath, Kata. The battle chest to get you current for MOP. But they sold that as a thing, as a bundle. Yeah, I remember that. It's a smart idea for games to allow players to accumulate currencies in exchange for the time the player puts in. 100%, especially since, like, if you look at it from Blizzard's perspective, it's not losing them any money because every single dollar you're getting from gold, some other player gave to Blizzard already. So it's just like, it's just a win-win for Blizzard. Actually, it's a win-win-win for Blizzard because A, it allows players to do what we talked about, and also it kind of circumvents the private gold selling market. So it also helps them capitalize on that aspect. Yeah, so I think it's net positive for the game. I mean, you see it in Old School RuneScape as well. Old School RuneScape has the bond. So the bond is like a WoW token. It's a token that's exchanged between players. The price fluctuates based on how many players are buying and how many players are selling. And I think current prices of the bond, I think it's like 17 mil. Keep in mind, Old School RuneScape gold is very different than retail gold. And do you get 14 days or is it a full month? I think it's a month of gameplay, right? Of membership. But RuneScape's a little bit different because you can actually just play the game for free, like free to play. You just can't access a lot. But unlike World of Warcraft free trial, you can actually make gold in free to play and theoretically like buy your first bond while free to play. It would be probably like 5 to 10 times harder and take 5 to maybe 20 times longer to get a bond in free to play as it would in like full pay to play RuneScape. But it's doable. Have I done it? Yes. Would I do it again? Probably. Yeah, the thing is with free-to-play RuneScape, there's like 4 farms that are going to give you like decent gold per hour. The rest are just absolute trash. So like, to list off a couple, the main things that you want to do if you're trying to get a bond in RuneScape, first and foremost, buy bows and sell them to Brian in Remington. He buys them for higher than Grand Exchange prices, so long as you server hop over and over. Option 2, craft diamond jewelry in high alkit, pretty good gold per hours. Option 3, what's actually pretty good up across from that? Ooh, yeah, buying. If you low buy feathers on the Grand Exchange, you can sell them at Port Sarim. It's like 300k per hour. Those are my top 3 methods. You could also PK. Yeah, PK. Yeah, all good options. This is peak path farming in WoW while educating on farming in OSRS. I love both games. They're both really good, for sure. Get that guy. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's other games. I mean, RuneScape and WoW are the 2 biggest MMOs that come to mind that I play. But do other MMOs have a similar structure where you can buy a token or some kind of asset in-game item for real currency that you can then trade to other players, like a WoW token or a RuneScape bond? Does like Guild Wars or EverQuest or any of those games do that? I haven't played them enough to know. It just seems like a really good idea if you're going to have that. I honestly think they should put a WoW token in Classic WoW. I know it's not Classic, but like it would help combat the WoW gold selling problem massively. And then maybe put a couple other things in for bots, but I don't know. That might be a hot take, but I think there should be a WoW token in Classic. It would also make Goldbound in Classic a little bit more streamlined, right? You get too much pushback, you think? You wouldn't like it either? It might get pushback, but also the amount of times people have told me they can't raid because they can't afford consumables because of, I'm like the only people who can raid because they buy gold. It's very concerning for Classic WoW. To be fair, I haven't really done much end game stuff in Classic, so my opinion is not as educated as it could be. So maybe there would be more pushback in a Classic setting for that. But even just from that perspective, but yeah, I guess it just legalizes gold buying, is what it does. You think it's 100% in Classic Plus if they do it? WoW token? I hope so. Herman, you've been watching Flipping Old School lately, even though you haven't played OS RS in 20 plus years. He has a series called Trader Steve, which oddly enough is very similar to your concept, very entertaining somehow. Oh, I'm familiar with Flipping Old School, and it's more than oddly enough related to the challenge. Goldbound is very heavily inspired by Trader Steve and Flipping Old School. It's basically if I imagined Trader Steve in World of Warcraft as Goldie, with a couple, you know, aspects that are different. The inherent structure is a little different, just because like how items are bought and sold in WoW. Trader Steve does it a little bit differently, but the way Trader Steve works too, it kind of has a nice late game scaling that I just don't have in Goldbound. Vanya, greetings from Germany. Love the YouTube videos. Oh, thank you. Greetings from Alberta, from Canada. Thanks for popping in. Yeah. I mean, like, even in World of Warcraft and in RuneScape, there's still black market gold selling happening, even though there's legalized gold selling happening with like a WoW token or a bond. I guess it's similar to, like, if you look at places where maybe they've legalized some kind of a substance, there's still black market versions of that substance. It's just cheaper and riskier, right? Like, if you buy WoW Gold, I bet you it's going to be a lot cheaper than you can buy it through a WoW token. It's also a lot riskier. So it doesn't get rid of the problem, but it does make it so it's just regulated, yeah. There's pros and cons to it, I suppose. From a gold farmer's perspective, I like being able to sell gold and not be against terms of service, right? Like, for the record, I've never sold gold before you could on a WoW token, but I wouldn't. But the fact that I can now is really cool because I can get WoW currency. That being said, you cannot convert BattleNet balance to real currency, so is it a real currency? WoW coins are the real bitcoins. Afraid Nots are the real bitcoins, aren't they? We're getting good rates. Did we get anything that was transmog in this loot? I didn't really check. I don't think we did. No. So right now the herbs are pulling like up to 3,000 gold per hour. That's really good for Dunmorrow. Not to mention we can mill them from there too. I wonder what changed. Is it you, or did Blizzard actually update the herbs overworld models? Like recently, I don't know. Maybe in Midnight they did? It's hard to tell. I know we don't have the silver leaf with the face in it like Classic does, so they've definitely overhauled it since Classic, but I don't know when they would have. But yeah, there's definitely something different since Classic, I think. Yeah, Silverleaf, I think it's the same, it just doesn't have the human face in it anymore. I did see that video after we talked about it in Classic. The human face half of a human face inside the silver leaf. No, it's not in there. Wait, or is it? Oh my gosh, it's still there? I kind of saw it for a second. What? I low-key think it's still there. What? I thought I could have sworn it wasn't in there anymore. No, it is. Okay, let me turn down my graphics. Graphics. Let's just go as low as possible. It should be less thick, right? Okay, maybe that didn't have the effect I wanted. No, it's definitely still in there though. Look at that. It's definitely in there somewhere. Yeah. Does sitting / sit. Good point. Yeah, it's definitely in there. 1 sec. Maybe like a middle of the road graphics option. Yeah, it's definitely in there, guys. I just can't really see it. There we go. Oh, nice. Like shooting fish in a barrel, catch 50,000 fish from fishing pools. Good job, Goldbound. We're really out here fishing. Oh, so yeah, let me just go around here again. I have X key bound to something else there. I don't have sit on my action bar. But yeah, it's definitely in there, guys. So I stand corrected. I apologize. I thought that that was changed. I thought it was only in Classic, but it confirmed today that it's in retail, guys. Still in there somewhere. The Silverleaf man. Ever vigilant. Always watching. Beautiful. Some say John Warcraft. I wonder why it's in there. Has Blizzard commented on why? It's right there. Let me go do some milling. You imagine that one dev laughing his ass off 20 years later? Seriously. It's like no one saw this until now. Did anyone... Was it like known back in the day? Like did people know about that in Classic? I only heard about it like a couple weeks ago. Someone mentioned it on chat, and then I saw some videos about it. But I thought it was just in retail, or just in Classic. Okay, so let's drop enchanting. Because enchanting is only level 25, it's no big deal. I was just using it to disenchant. And I'm going to get base levels of inscription. And I'm going to mill my herbs. So all I did was update textures, I guess. I guess so. Maybe some of the other ones, though, they updated the actual view of it, but yeah, so right now what we're doing, we are processing the herbs down, so I'm going to mill them into pigments, alabaster pigments, and then based on the price of the pigments right now, I am pretty sure Moonglow ink is worth more, because Moonglow ink, you combine 2 pigments to get the ink. It's currently 20 gold, so it's profitable to convert 2 alabaster pigments, which are 7 gold, 30 silver each, aka 14 gold, 16 silver into 1 Moonglow ink, which is almost 20 gold. So I will mill all of the herbs we just got into alabaster pigments, which I'll then convert into Moonglow inks. Does herbalism have any good potential for good revenue? It's actually our best consistent gold farm in Dunmoreau, as far as something we can farm and sell relatively quickly. It's about 3,000 to 4,000 gold per hour on the actual gold. Just the looted item looted item value there, even with some slowing down to look inside of silverleaf plants. It was sitting around 2.2 thousand gold per hour. It was higher than that for a bit. But what we do with the herbs is we can increase the profit by quite a bit. Oh, alchemy. You notice alchemy is never in the rotation of professions. Yeah, there's not too much to do with alchemy at this low level. You kind of need transmutes or more rare recipes. But a lot of alchemy in Classic, you kind of need to get the recipes that are hard to get, either because they're far away or from vendors. So I haven't done too much with it. Okay, let me make the Moonglow inks. I need a Virtuoso inking set first, though. There we go. Moonglow inks. Yeah, I think maybe some of the potions might be, like, one of them might be used for something like a housing decor craft, but it would just be one of them. I'll be right back real quick. I just gotta use the washroom. Okay, so yeah, Moonglow inks, we're like halfway through the crafts, And it's like 1.3k, which, so yeah, it'll be about 2.8k from the herbs we actually milled up here today. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Ooh, I think we got a new soap downstairs. Smells pretty good. W Path Wife for the new soap. Let's go. That smells really good. What scent is that? Chug Life, hello. You're back. I saw you hopped into the Discord on my watch. It says Chug Life, the strongest paladin, joined voice with lizards at a Thundar. So hello. Just got home. Nice, nice.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. He's got the Research Midnight ink there. Wrapping up with some of these inks, getting them crafted. While we craft these up, though, I'll probably sign off here. Unfortunately, Chug Life, you just popped back in, but we're gonna end stream here. Now I'm gonna go hit a workout, but I'll be back online tomorrow, guys. Fun stream today. Nice, lots of Gnomer runs, attempted Zul'Gurub runs. Good farming, discovered some Easter egg stuff, so both in the Easter egg event, but also in the Silverleaf. That's pretty cool. So thanks for hanging out today, guys. I'll catch you all tomorrow, and go with honor, friends. Yeah, Easter egg hunt tomorrow, guys. Big Easter egg hunt tomorrow.